All right, good evening. We'll call the Pinole City Council meeting of December 2nd to order. First item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you're willing and able, please stand.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We are now on item 2 of the agenda, our land acknowledgement. Before we begin, we would like to acknowledge the Ohlone people who are the traditional custodians of this land. We pay our respects to the Ohlone elders, past, present, and future, who call this place Ohlone land, the land that Pinole sits upon, their home. We are proud to continue the tradition of coming together and growing as a community. We thank the Ohlone community for their stewardship and support, and we look forward to strengthening our ties as we continue our relationship of mutual respect and understanding. Now we will proceed to item 3 of the agenda, roll call and city clerk's report. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor. Mayor Sasai.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Tave, I'll note for the record, has not yet arrived. Councilmember Martinez-Rubin.
Here.
Councilmember Murphy.
Here.
Councilmember Toms.
Here.
Acting City Manager Chief Clavoon.
Here.
City Attorney Kasher.
Here.
Deputy Clerk Stone.
Here.
Mayor and Council, the agenda was posted on Tuesday, November 25th at 4:55 p.m. with all legally required notices. It was later amended to correct the titles for items 4A and 4B. Written comments were received in advance of the meeting, distributed to council and staff, posted to the website, and are available to view in the back of the chambers. Does the council have any conflicts to report on our agenda this evening? Seeing none, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk. Tonight we have 2 closed session items. Item 4A is conference with labor negotiators, Government Code 54957.6, agency designated representatives, HR Director Stacey Schell, Finance Director Markeisha Guillory, and Gregory Ramirez, IEDA, employee organizations, the Pinole Police Employment Association, PPEA. Item 4B is public employee appointment, Government Code 54957, title Acting City Manager. City Clerk, do we have any public comments for these items?
Thank you, Mayor. We do have 2 speakers in person for item 4A, Amy Eubanks and Kathy McFarland.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm here today to bring to your attention a matter of significant urgency and concern. The largest union in the city of Pinole has now been out of contract for 154 days due to the city's inability so far to offer terms that meet the needs of one of the most critical professions in any municipality, our law enforcement officers. A raise that merely meets the inflation rate in reality is not really a raise at all. I've expressed this before, but it bears repeating. Pinole has struggled with retention for years. At present, only 9 officers have more than 5 years of service with Pinole, while 11 officers have less than 5 years on the job. This level of turnover and the resulting lack of experience are having a measurable and potentially detrimental impact on our ability to provide high-quality policing. A department with a high proportion of novice officers inevitably faces challenges. Situations that seasoned officers would have resolved quickly and confidently now take significantly longer to handle. This is not due to lack of training. Our officers are well trained and committed, but you simply cannot place a price tag on experience. Experienced officers possess the judgment, intuition, and confidence that only years on the street can provide. As the number of inexperienced officers continues to rise, so does the concern for the community impact. New officers learn on the beat. They rely on their mentorship, guidance, and steady presence of veteran officers. When experienced personnel leave faster than we can replace them, the entire system becomes strained. Retention is just as crucial as recruitment if we expect to maintain a department capable of delivering the best outcomes for our residents. Competitive compensation is not about rewarding officers. It's about ensuring the city of Pinole can retain the skilled professionals who mentor the next generation, safeguard our community, and keep response times efficient and effective. Without a fair and sustainable contract, we risk further destabilizing a department already stretched thin. I strongly urge the city to prioritize resolving this contract and to recognize that maintaining a strong, experienced police force is not only beneficial, it is essential for public safety. Thank you for your time this evening and your attention on this pressing matter.
Thank you. Next comment, please.
Good evening. My name is Kathy McFarland. The two top priorities for the city has always been public safety and good roads. I'm beyond disappointed with our mayor and council members that can't seem to get our police officers and emergency dispatchers a signed contract after 6 months now. We just had a 0.5 cent sales increase to cover these services, and you still can't seem to get it together. You got your tax money now. Deliver what you promised. Could it possibly be the mayor's past personal ideology to defund the police attitude that's taking hold? If this is the case, it is a conflict of interest, and he's not working for the best interest of our town. He needs to exclude himself if this is the matter, if that be the case. I see that the city now wants to change the ice-free zone to Chapter 2.68 to Title 2 of the...
Sorry to interrupt, but these are for comments not on the agenda. So
this is the contract for the police.
yes, you're speaking
But I'm
on,
adding something because I'm not through. I'm still
yes,
going through it.
This section is for items that are on closed session. The ordinance that you're talking about is on item 10A. So you're welcome to talk
So
about
this is about the police department.
Okay, you
still.
can continue on if you want to
Okay,
comment on
I'm
this
just
one.
using this as an example.
Please go ahead.
Okay. Okay, I see the city now wants to change the ice-free zone to Chapter 2.68 to Title 2 of the Pinole Municipal Code, giving it a non-transparent description. The city now wants to endorse the aiding and abetting of criminals and encourage more criminals to come wanting a safe harbor. No criminals in Pinole, no matter what their immigration status is. You state that the city-owned land or controlled land won't participate, but in reality, the taxpayers have paid and maintained what the city owns, so it should be the residents that decide. The city is so concerned about undermining public safety and trust and the well-being of the entire community. These are your own words for the reason for the ice zone, but giving our own police officers and our own dispatchers that work endlessly to protect us. Shame on you. If the ordinance is adopted, then I think the city of Pinole and each member that votes for this favorably should be held legally and financially responsible for any incidents created by an illegal criminal against a resident of our own town going forward. I think going forward, since the city wants all this transparency, that your closed meetings should be now public meetings so that we can see who is actually supporting our town and who is using our town to further their own agendas. This way, when it's time for re-election or a need for a recall, the public can make an informed decision.
Thank you. Next comment, please, City Clerk.
We have Rafael Menace online.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, members of the public. My apologies for not being there in person at the moment. Just finished up with today's work shift. With regards to this item on the closed session, I'm curious as to whether the city has the data available for comparing net overtime costs versus the cost of having a police officer at the given position so it could do direct cross comparisons. For example, X amount of overtime is worth one new officer on net, given cross setting pension costs, so on and so forth. Secondly, while I recognize the equity concerns of the police department, given the increase in inflation for everyone, I'm slightly concerned that if the city adopted an 8% raise, that the other departments that negotiated for smaller raises will feel that, they were undercut. And that'll make future negotiations more difficult with those departments. Finally, I definitely think that dispatch should at the very least get an equivalent rate to an equivalent bilingual bonus rate to the highest bilingual bonus rate elsewhere in the city, because as the dispatcher speaking the previous night noted, it's an extremely high stress environment where being able to speak in multiple languages can be literally the difference between life and death. And it seems like an area where, if anywhere in the city we want to encourage multilingual capabilities, that it would be in dispatch in particular and specific. So I definitely think that if the council can find a way to move forward with making those things match, that it would be desirable to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment, please.
Anthony Vosbrink. Mr. Vosbrink, are you able to unmute yourself?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, I'm calling to comment on the two closed session items. I guess A, or the first one, was the that of the labor negotiation contract with the PPE, and I think that the city of Pinole, starting from the mayor and the city council, how come, number one, neither one of them are in the closed session meeting? It was just the other two representatives, the finance budget director and the human resource director. I thought that was a bit strange. Shouldn't you people be stepping up to the plate, and if not, be represented in there as the majority for both sides to be able to negotiate? Because the bottom line comes back down to the mayor and the city council, and we know who runs that show or program with the majority. The mayor and his fellow councilmen will decide upon that. I think the city, police department deserves not only the raise, but they should be able to secure more officers to be funded within that negotiation, whether it's going to be discussed or not as part of that. And maybe that's half of the part of the problem. The average police department throughout our nation is staffed with 3 officers per 1,000, and that of population. And that being said, with 20,000 population in or 2 officers per, we should be having
Sir,
more
you have
officers,
45
but
seconds.
we're understaffed. We're understaffed right now by several officers with only having 2 officers on the street at any time, and then there might be a reason why they're on disability or call in sick or something like that if you don't want to pay them money. And then also with the public appointment of the temporary mayor, I would like that also to be discussed. Why did our city manager, why did she leave, and why was she asked to resign? The full story needs to be disclosed to the public before or after the closed session with regard to that, because she was doing a good job.
Thank you. City Clerk, next comment, please.
There are no more public comments.
Thank you, and we'll reconvene into open session at approximately 6:30 p.m. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, there was a gentleman that raised his hands with a public comment.
Submitted?
We don't have a card for him.
Okay, so we have an additional speaker, Pete Murray. It's okay. You can.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. Did not see your hand. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Sasai and council members, staff. I wanted to speak to you tonight about the departure of our city manager, and to note that that's the second city manager in, 3 years that has left the city of Pinole. And one of the things that I'm upset about is that we always do all this stuff in under the Brown Act in closed session, and the city never really gets to know why the city manager left. You know, for us, is it the city manager or is it the city council? You know, somebody's at fault here to run off 2 city managers in that amount of time. One of them landed solidly on his feet, you know, in another community, and doing very well. And to see that we're losing, as was noted by the previous speaker, somebody that was the community thought quite a bit of, and so does and the staff here as well. And to see them go, it's curious as to, you know, what's wrong. Something is obviously wrong, and you guys need to address that. And doing it in closed session so that the community can't figure out what the deal is, I think is, you know, a violation of the trust within the community. And you need to do a deep search yourselves as to why these things are going on. And is it personalities that don't really lend themselves to working in a manageable situation on behalf of the community, or what is it? And my feeling is that you had a good city manager that was really involved in the community, and you let him go. And for whatever reason, I don't know, but I'm repeating myself, but I think that you guys, again, need to do a deep dive as to where the problem is. And my personally, listening to some of the things that have gone on this council and watching these meetings, I see the personalities, and I see that there's some personalities that have a problem. I've spoke about it in the past. You need to kind of gather yourselves up, do a self-analysis on yourselves individually, and think, what does it take to manage a city? Your job is to provide the oversight. The city manager's job is to provide the management style. And like I said, as I could see, that we were headed in a good direction, addressing and acknowledging the rough spots that we have in the city, whether it's the budget or it's physical issues throughout the community.
Thank you. Thank you. City Clerk, next comment, please.
Yes, Mr. Kopp, do you wish to speak on the closed session items or citizens to be heard? Okay, then that concludes the comments. Thank you.
Thank you. And double checking, Deputy City Clerk online, any comments?
There are no online comments.
Thank you. Be back at 6:30 p.m. in open session. Thank you. All right. Good evening, everyone. The time is now 7:15. We will reconvene to open session. Reportable action is that the City Council voted unanimously to appoint our Chief of Police, Melissa Clavoon, as our acting city manager. Congratulations. Thank you. Item number 6 is citizens to be heard. We will now take up item number 6, which is public comment. City Clerk, do we have any speakers?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Rafael Menes,
Right, thank
Bob.
you.
Bob Kopp, and Kathy McFarland.
Thank you. And quick reminder to folks that we allow up to 3 minutes per speaker pursuant to our procedures. And looking forward to hearing from you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, members of the public. My name is Rafael Menes, I'm a resident of Pinole, and I have 3 topics I'd like to talk about tonight. The first one is our COVID-19 rates. So according to the latest data I can get for the CDC, and they formatted it slightly differently now, so I don't have a direct comparable. It looks like the rates at wastewater treatment sites near Pinole, as well as in California more broadly, are very low and continue to decline. So that's positive news, but we all know that often in late December and January they start to rise again. So I would encourage you to get vaccinated or boosted if you haven't already. I got my booster shot last week. It was not a particularly pleasant experience, but I survived. Secondly, I'd like to wish everybody happy holidays. We're not quite at Christmas or Hanukkah or Kwanzaa yet, but we're getting towards that time of year, and I figure, might as well wish people happy holidays, whichever ones they happen to celebrate as we're passing through this time of, darkness of the skies and rain on occasion. We need to come together as a community and celebrate what connects us. And then finally, I guess I'd mention that, if you're sending out emails to folks, make sure you double check your email list, because I think some people got an email they didn't want to get and they're going to be complaining about it. So yeah, just a friendly reminder. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Yeah, my name is Bob Kopp, and I've got some information here, and I'd like to find out why our Councilman Murphy is working so hard doing the job that we're already paying him for, and he's kind of requesting donations to help him go through all this hard work he's been doing for the city. And I would like to see an accounting of when he went back east to who he talked to. I think the citizens should be able to know who he talked to, what he came up with, what the questions were, and exactly what he come back from DC. What did he come back that benefited the city of Pinole for spending the money for him to go to DC? If he come back with a big pot of money, I think it was a good thing. But I kind of doubt it, because most politicians at that level back there don't even want to talk to anybody from the city council of our size. If you were LA city council, New York or something like that, they might pay a little attention to you. But it'd be nice for you at the next meeting, give us a breakdown of exactly what you did and what you accomplished for that time you were back there. I know you guys last year gave yourself a raise for this year, and then after you got a raise for this, and now you're kind of soliciting for people to help you do your job here as a council person. Yours is your second term, and the first term should have given you all the knowledge that you needed before you accepted running for the job you have now. So I'd like for you to answer some of those questions.
Oh, sir, you have 3 minutes if you can complete your comment.
No, I'm finished.
Thank you.
You will tell us, right?
Thank you for the comment. We'll move on to next public comment, please, City Clerk.
Yes, Kathy McFarland.
Hi, I'm Kathy McFarland. I'm kind of ill-prepared for this part, but I was looking over 9F impact fees for 2025, 2026, related impacts to public streets, facilities, and services. Yet most of all the
Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt, but is this relating to citizens to be heard items not on the agenda, or would you like to hold your comment for that item?
so this is for the
Anything not on the agenda, and then you can submit a card or come up again for that item, please.
that's what I put on there.
Thank you, and City Clerk staff can help you fill out the card there. City Clerk, next comment, please.
Yes, I think we have one online.
Yes, we have Kristen Pursley.
Hi, actually, this is George.
Okay, George Pursley. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, I just want to give some feedback about the last Library Commissions meeting. After 3 years of talking about it, they finally got the monies together to repair our library. So the good news is that they are going to fix the roof and do the HVAC. The bad news is that it's going to mean that the library is actually going to be closed from March 2026 till January 1st, 2027. Of course, the library cards will be acknowledged at Hercules and El Sobrante, et cetera. But finally, it is going to happen. The other thing, in case people aren't aware of it, is that on Thursday, UTR, the United Teachers of Richmond, basically they're going to go on strike. And so all of the K through 12 teachers and also the adult school teachers, my wife is the president of the adult school, they're going to go on a sympathy strike with them. They'll be going on Thursday, and hopefully I'll see you in a picket line to support them. And the last thing is I do actually want to basically be very, very much in favor of what you're going to talk about later in terms of the ICE restrictions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment, please, if any.
Thank you. Irma Ruport, and I believe Peter Murray following.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and public, and I'm here to explain what happened with the Pinole City Manager's announcement and resignation, November 13th. It came out in the newspaper. She is pursuing other career opportunities. She left on her own will, and what I understand from her Facebook on City Manager, she resigned her position. Mayor and Council, let me tell you about the previous City Manager, Kelsey Young. She wasn't vetted correctly. The consultant and the HR did not do their job, did not vet her. This is on link. It's public information. For the last 10 years, she didn't last in a job more than 2 years. When I met her a month later, when she came in, I met her in her office. My husband and I had an appointment. She said she was getting other offers in her job. For the last year, she was missing in action in the office. She was running around. And by the way, the city of Arizona, she didn't get the job before Christmas, but she is currently the state of Arkansas, she's still pending on that position. So if you're gonna knock people out in terms of why they're left, this person was not vetted properly. And it's right here, all right here, Mayor. And the city manager had the most performance evaluations in the past in the city. And previous mayor, council member of 28 years should know better. He knows that we've had managers, city managers, handpicked and given jobs. So if we're gonna hear and knock everybody out of the park and say how bad we are in vetting these people, why don't we go from the very beginning when positions were given to people and appointed? I've lived here 50 years, Mayor. I know the history. So let's go back there if we have to. The other thing too is I read in the newspaper resume for red flags. It's in here regarding, hey, job hopping, okay? So a matter of fact, this city manager wasn't gonna stay long. So get the reality check here, okay? It's all right here. It's all right here. So if you're gonna knock any council members here or mayor for not doing their job, who didn't do their job? The consultant and the HR person. That's who we need to go back. And next time we have a city manager, make sure that they're vetted correctly, that they wanna be here, and they're leaders and not handpicked. And guess what? not friends. We don't want friends. We want a person who can lead the city and do their job. Because I'm sick and tired of people saying, well, we don't have enough people, we don't have enough staff. Excuses, excuses. Hopefully, we can get a city manager with some talent and skill. I'm tired of these bad ones.
Thank you for your comments. Next public comment, please.
Peter Murray.
Thank you once again, Mr. Mayor. I just want to reiterate, I had some discussions about the continuing discussion on marijuana shops in Pinole, and I just want to reiterate my stance against those and the reasons why. And I think the most apropos statement I can make is, if my child or grandchild finds themselves in San Francisco living on the street because they got started here in Pinole, there'll be a price to pay for that. So that's it. Now, I just want you to realize that we're a community and we should act like a community, and everybody in our community should be thought of, and that's from the children, the very smallest, to the oldest. Anyway, and in regards to, I told you before, it's a stepping stone, and we don't need that. We decided that a long time ago, and I think you should remember, what we decided, we vetted and put a lot of effort into, because there was a big push to, to bring that into Pinole. And I think the people that put that effort in should be recognized for the effort that they did and why they did it, okay? And as far as these personalized discussions that we just heard, I know a little bit more than she does about hiring and firing of city managers and the wordage and verbiage that's used and why it's used. And I've talked to a number of city attorneys in my lifetime here, and I understand the language use. So thank you. Appreciate letting me talk.
Thank you for your comment, City Clerk.
There are no more public comments.
And just double checking online as well. Thank you. All right, with that being said, we'll close public comment, item number 6, and we'll move on to reports and communications. The first is the mayor's report. So hope everyone is having a great December so far. Was honored to go to the National League of Cities this past week. And it's been a very, I think, educational opportunity to just meet policy experts nationally, because there are quite a few changes at the federal level. And having that space has been exceptional to just learn more about the policy changes that are happening, what cities are doing to confront those changes at the moment, and lobby the members of Congress and Senate to get the funds necessary to make sure Pinole succeeds. And so I just want to thank City Clerk and her staff for arranging some of the discussions, some of the workshops that I've attended there, and hope to attend at a future time as well. Contra Costa Mayor's Conference is being hosted in Pinole on Thursday, and so it's always great to host it in the Pinole Senior Center, and looking forward to hopefully seeing our former mayors of Pinole also attend and be recognized as well, and looking forward to seeing all of staff there who can attend the Mayor's Conference. So looking forward to that. And lastly, the tree lighting event that we're having is on Saturday, December 6th from 3 o'clock to 6:30 p.m. I just want to thank our staff for procuring the tree. I got a very excited text from our director here about how great it is and how big the tree is compared to last year. So just want to thank you for going down there and selecting it and handpicking it. It's going to be a really exciting event, as always, at Community Corner in downtown Pinole. So I just want to invite you to join us there. And that's my report. We have no appointments for this evening, so we'll skip 7B. Move down to item 7C, so we'll start with Councilor Martinez-Rubin.
Thank you. On November 19th, the ad hoc committee composed of ordinarily City Attorney Casher, although we proceeded in his absence, our City Clerk, with the addition of your last name, City Clerk Bell Spears. Thank you. And Councilmember Murphy and I. got together and just began to provide feedback to the handbook that staff have drafted on council procedures, and also identified some items for further discussion about how these meetings are run. So more discussion to be had. It was really the first meeting of that type where we just began to identify some topics to be discussed further, and we'll continue meeting. In fact, we're going to be meeting tomorrow afternoon. Yeah. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. We'll go to Mayor Pro Tem Tave.
Nothing to report.
Thank you, Councilor Murphy.
Yes, thank you so much, Mayor. I know I didn't have a report when I was virtually last time, so I do have a little bit longer of a report. And I'm also very glad, thank you to the public commenters who are excited to hear my reports, because I tend to make one every city council meeting, and I think it's really important that we bring amplification to the things that we're doing as a council, and certainly in our community and also right here in Pinole, but also across California and the nation. Over the past several weeks, I've had the opportunity to represent Pinole in a number of regional and statewide conversations that directly affect our residents, our local government, and of course the future of energy and economic development in our city. I wanted to begin with, of course, our MCE. As I represent Pinole and MCE, the board recently approved, at the last council meeting, I discussed the executive committee's referral to the board of directors of MCE around the formation of a new finance committee. The board did approve the formation of a new finance committee, which will now join the executive and technical committees as standing committees and providing oversight of MCE's now $830 million budget. This is an important step in strengthening transparency and long-range financial planning, and certainly a huge step as we continue advancing clean and reliable, and as I mentioned before, affordable energy for the region, which we're working to consistently do. I wanted to note that I'm super, super proud of one of our staff members, Kapil Amin, who's our sustainability project manager. He was actually nominated as one of 8 nominees for the Charles McGlashan Award. This is like, if you're in energy, this is like the top award you want to get, and he was nominated for it. He was honored mostly for his work in the city of Pinole and his leadership in Pinole around innovation, and particularly around developing our climate action and adaptation plan. So I just wanted to give a huge round of applause to Kapil, because it's not easy. It's not easy to do that work. It's not easy to do that work, and it's certainly not easy to get a nomination, and he was in a pretty tough list of nominees. So again, Kapil, if you're watching, congratulations. You are truly a trailblazer, and it's so I'm so proud of you, and just so glad to have you here in the city of Pinole. Thank you for all you do. Additionally, we met in the Emergency Operations Plan Subcommittee, which myself and Councilmember Toms were just appointed to. We are working closely with our chief and our acting city manager now to finalize the best possible draft of emergency operations plan before it does come back to the council for adoption. So residents, you will have an option and availability to review this, as well as the council. But just for folks to know, the emergency operations plan, the subcommittee is tasked with really reviewing a current plan that was developed by the consultant. And this is critical work to really ensuring that we're fully prepared, coordinated, and ready to respond when our community is most in need. And so we're really excited to continue those conversations. We did have our initial meeting, and it's looking good, honestly. So thank you again, Chief, Acting City Manager, for your work and convening the committee. And again, Councilmember Toms, it's been a great honor to work with you on that. I also participated in the City Council Procedures Committee, where I'm collaborating with the City Clerk and City Attorney Casher and Councilmember Martinez-Rubin on updates to our procedural rules. Our goal is to make sure our processes are more inclusive, more clear, and more accessible, so that every resident can understand and meaningfully engage with our council and with their local government. So looking forward to our outcomes there. Alongside my work, I did want to elevate, and this is kind of MCE, but a little bit more focused on some of the work I've been doing statewide. Another significant engagement that I committed to was a tour of CAISO. For folks who don't know what CAISO is, it's also, that's the short form for the California Independent System Operator. Our board was invited to tour CAISO. CAISO oversees the flow of electricity across much of the state of California. The tour highlighted the immense scale of infrastructure required to keep homes, businesses, and institutions powered. It also underscored a key reality. Expanding our grid infrastructure is essential for maintaining energy affordability. And so as we transition to cleaner sources, this will be a huge conversation that we need to have as a city and certainly as a state. It was a powerful reminder of the complexity behind every light switch that we turn on right here in Pinole. And I wanted to also address an important statewide development that has happened actually this week. MCE is a member of a statewide organization. Similarly, when we talk about the city of Pinole, we are all a part of the organization called the California League of Cities. Well, MCE is a member of the California Community Choice Association. This week, the California Community Choice Association filed a petition of writ review challenging a recent CPU decision that retroactively changed the methodology used to calculate the power charge and different adjustment. Essentially, the argument is that retroactive rate making violates state law. It undermines rate stability and unfairly benefits investor-owned utilities at the expense of community choice aggregators and their customers, most importantly. So the association is working to ask the court to reverse that decision, noting that the sudden and after the fact changes to approved rates jeopardizes local budgets and erodes public trust in the regulatory process. I will continue to follow this issue closely as it directly has implications on the affordability and energy governments in Pinole and across California. Regionally, I did attend also the East Bay Economic Development Alliance meeting where we heard a presentation about the future of work for young people, an issue that is increasingly important as we look at workforce pathways and economic mobility in the East Bay. The Alliance also adopted an updated legislative platform focused on business competitiveness, economic empowerment, education, and workforce development. These priorities guide our collective advocacy and ensure the East Bay does remain a strong and equitable regional economy. And I do represent the Contra Costa mayors on this board. It's a privilege to represent the Contra Costa mayors by way of Pinole. So I just wanted to encourage folks to, again, check out the East Bay Economic Development Alliance. We are a member city of that. And again, we've done so much tremendous work over the last couple of years around economic development right here in Pinole, that this is a great partnership that we have to work with other cities to, again, support our small business community. And last but not least, I'll conclude by also mentioning that I did attend the National League of Cities Conference, and it was great to, join Mayor Sasai and making sure that Pinole's voice was heard. More than 2,700 cities across the United States were represented there, including our own neighbors of Richmond and El Cerrito. Together, we adopted national municipal policies addressing issues that matter to our cities, including the preserving of the tax-exempt status of municipal bonds, the urging of federal engagement with local governments on cryptocurrency oversight, calling for resolution of conflicts between state and federal cannabis laws, which a public commenter just talked about, and protecting federal scientific data critical for climate resilience. And last but not least, we also moved to support the bipartisan Neighborhood Homes Investment Act to expand affordable home ownership in distressed communities such as ours. Each of these efforts, local, regional, and national, do strengthen our ability to serve Pinole with transparency, preparedness, and forward-thinking leadership. And I just want to thank, again, the residents of Pinole for supporting me and also the council for supporting me in many of these committees. I think there's a great way for us to continue this work on behalf of our community. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor Thomas.
Yes, thank you. Since we last met, I attended the ABAG, that's the Association of Bay Area Governments Executive Committee meeting on the 20th of November, and there we received a report on the Plan Bay Area 2050 Plus. And this is a plan, it's a regional plan for the 9 Bay Area governments where they take a look at what the demographic changes are expected to be. I did learn that the process for determining what the demographic changes would be are it's a different formula that is required after a lawsuit from the building industry. And we're looking at having that modified because several of the cities believe that the demographic information that was provided in the last round of housing elements overstated what the potential growth for the Bay Area would be, and then required housing units to be planned for the area. But anyway, the draft plan is out for public review. I also attended as an alternate to the MCE meeting on the 20th, and again, as mentioned by Councilmember Murphy, that one of the big issues was creating a financial subcommittee that would be separate from the executive committee and the technical committee. And then I also want to note on the 21st of November, staff, Public Works staff, and the rest of city staff came together with the family of Robert Walker and dedicated the maintenance building in his honor. And I was happy to be able to attend that. And then also, as previously mentioned, I did participate in a review of our emergency operations plan with our acting city manager, Chief Clavoon, and Councilmember Murphy. So there will be more to that, and that's the end of my report.
Thank you, Councilor Toms. I'll just jump in with one more update for the public. I was very happy to meet with Senator Jesse Arguin, who came down personally to Pinole City Hall to meet with me. And so just want to thank him, his office, for providing updates about the work he's doing in Sacramento for our community. He mentioned a few of his bills that have passed in this past year. Everything from housing to public transit funding to immigration enforcement to police accountability and transparency. And so thankful for his leadership in Sacramento. We walked through some of our shared priorities for the year as well, and so I'm thankful for the opportunity to share with him some bill ideas and some, I think, commonalities that we have in terms of leadership in this space. So I just want to say thank you to his office, and I know that he's expressed interest in presenting to many of the cities in West County at the council meetings, so we may be approached for that presentation as well. So thank you. That does it for our for reports from council. I will move on to the fourth item here, which is item 7D. Council requests for future agenda items. Do we have any requests of members here? Seeing that there is none, we'll move on to item 7E, City Manager's Report. Acting City Manager Clavoon, good evening.
Good evening. I have a couple of updates to report. First, the city manager office hours will resume with the acting city manager starting next Thursday, which is December 11th, from 3 to 4 p.m., same times as it has been historically, but at a new location. It's going to be at the police department. If you are interested in attending, come to the lobby on the second floor. Those office hours will continue each Thursday, with the exception of the two upcoming holidays on December 25th and January 1st. A Parklets workshop will be held at the Planning Commission meeting on Monday, December 8th. The meeting begins at 7 p.m., and the workshop will provide another opportunity for community members to review information that was shared at the previous workshop and offer additional feedback. The Pinion Sanitary Sewer Rehabilitation Project will be completed by this Friday, including resurfacing of the work area. The Public Works is teaming with the pavement subcontractor to perform additional pavement repairs at the intersection of Pinion Avenue and Hutchinson Court and on Ramey Court. This pavement work will be performed this December or in early January, and the affected residents will be notified in advance. And the Public Works Maintenance Operations team started installation of the holiday decorations and testing of the lights in the downtown area in preparation for the Christmas tree lighting this Saturday. Traffic detour plan will be published to minimize the traffic impacts of the planned road closure on San Pablo Avenue. And lastly, I would like to invite Community Services Director Dwyer up to give a little bit of additional detail about the tree lighting event.
Thank you, Acting City Manager. Good evening, Mayor and Council and community members. My name is Andrea Dwyer, Community Services Director. I am just here tonight as I am excited to invite you all to our annual City of Pinole holiday tree lighting, which will be held this Saturday, December 6th at Community Corner, located at the intersection of Tennant and San Pablo Avenue. The event will take place from 3 to 6:30. Families, friends, and neighbors, please come out to watch each year, as they do each year, to share in the warmth of this tradition, and we would love for you to be a part of it. This year, we will have children's activities, including a holiday train, face painting, Santa will be making a stop, and the Grinch. Vendors and businesses will be open for those to shop during the event and to enjoy the holiday season. There will be snow and, of course, the lighting of our annual tree. It's a wonderful way to kick off the season and celebrate everything that makes Pinole such a special place. So we hope to light up our community this year. So also take a look at pinole.gov/events. Our holiday breakfast sales have gone online, as well as Glow Pinole, which we have residents ready to light up and decorate their homes and businesses for an opportunity to have community recognition and also council presentation for the winners of that event as well. So we hope to see you all there. We hope the community comes out and enjoys this Saturday at 3 p.m. Thank you.
Great. And City Manager, any other reports from your office?
No, that's the end of the report. Thank you.
Thank you. I did not know we were forecasted for snow on Saturday. We are? Okay. That's great. Looking forward to it. We'll go to item 7F, report from Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Nothing to report.
Right. Thank you. Moving on to item number 8. Proclamations and presentations. No proclamations for this evening, so we will proceed to item 8B1, which is a presentation on the Contra Costa County Regional Alternative Compliance System overview. I'll pass it to Director Elguindi.
Honorable Mayor and Council members, good evening. I cannot tell if it's on. I would like to introduce Rinta Perkins. She is the acting program manager of the county's Clean Water Program. She's online, and she will be presenting information on the municipal stormwater requirements and the possibility of establishing a regional reporting system. There will be, staff is not requesting decisions tonight. This is simply for information purposes in advance of bringing it for the council consideration in February or March of next year. We would still appreciate receiving your initial feedback and input tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Elguindi. Good evening, Mayor Sasai, council members, staff, and community members. Thank you for the opportunity to present on the Contra Costa County Regional Alternative Compliance System, also known as the REC system. Next slide, please. As a background context, the Contra Costa Clean Water Program is a consortium of 19 cities and towns, the unincorporated Contra Costa County, and the Flood Control District. Established in 1993, the program's primary objective is to coordinate and implement countywide and regional activities on behalf of its member agency as required by the municipal stormwater permit. Next slide, please. The City of Pinole, along with 75 other agencies throughout the San Francisco Bay Area, share the same stormwater permit. This is called the Municipal Regional Stormwater Permit, or MRP, issued by the San Francisco Bay Regional Water Quality Control Board. These municipalities must comply with the permit, which contains significant requirements for installing low-impact development, or LID facility, also referred to as Green Stormwater Infrastructure, or GSI. We love our acronyms. So example of this facility include bioretention, such as the one shown on the slide here, flow-through planters, pervious pavement, and other similar systems. Any new and redevelopment projects creating and replacing 5,000 square feet or more of impervious areas must treat their runoff with on-site GSI. This requirement also applies to roadway reconstruction as well as frontage improvements. Our member agency must also retrofit a portion of their existing impervious surfaces before the end of the permit term with GSI. Each city, including the city of Pinole, has numeric target goals to achieve. And finally, the San Francisco Bay has mercury and PCB total maximum daily loads, or TMDL. You may have heard about the restriction on consuming fish caught from the bay due to mercury pollution. This requirement means that Pinole and other municipalities must collectively contribute to reducing mercury and PCB pollution. Installing GSI facilities in targeted areas help to meet this goal. So next slide, please. Okay, so many municipalities face challenges in meeting these requirements due to limited land availability, conflicts with underground utilities, or other site constraints. Aside from the initial capital costs of designing and constructing these facilities, municipalities also have the obligation to maintain, repair, and replace them on an ongoing basis. And many or most of the grant funding can only cover the construction costs, but typically it is not available to fund ongoing O&M. And I mentioned earlier about the mercury and PCB TMDLs. So within the Contra Costa County, these pollutants are primarily found in a few municipalities highlighted in the orange color on the map. Many old industrial areas are located around the edges of the San Francisco Bay, and some are within the disadvantaged communities. Because there is no source of PCB within the city of Pinole, it is not possible for Pinole to comply with this requirement without a regional solution. Next slide, please. Right, thank you. To meet the permit requirements and overcome the challenges mentioned previously, the Clean Water Program developed the REC system. It provides a flexible, cost-effective, and scientifically defensible off-site alternative compliance option for new and redevelopment projects. Aside from cities and private developers, other entities such as Caltrans can also participate. The REC system provides a framework for funding and building regional GSI to treat runoff from larger areas. These projects are typically more cost-effective to construct per treated acreage and can be strategically located where they have the greatest impact, such as in old industrial areas to meet PCBs and mercury TMDL. Beyond water quality benefits, these projects can revitalize communities by transforming underused spaces into functional GSI. One city manager in the central part of the county even described the REC system as a redevelopment tool for her city. Many municipalities struggle to fund ongoing O&M. The REC system incorporates a sustainable, long-term funding source for maintenance. Later in this presentation, I'll explain how a community facilities district can create a dedicated revenue stream for maintenance. Next slide, please. Okay, so what is the legal basis of this system? So first of all, I'd like to acknowledge the US EPA Region 9 San Francisco Bay Office. The development and implementation of the REC system were funded through its grant. And the system was made possible due to a provision contained within our permit, allowing an alternative compliance option. So this became the legal basis. Think of the REC system as a regional in lieu fee arrangement. Its development underwent technical, legal, and regulatory reviews with contributions from numerous agency partners and stakeholders, as shown on this slide here. We also would like to acknowledge the San Francisco Bay Regional Water Board staff for their support and endorsement of this concept. And I'm pleased to share that the REC system has been recognized as meeting the permit requirement. So next slide, please. So how does the system work? So next slide, please. All right, there you go. All right. So I mentioned earlier that the REC system is similar to a regional stormwater in lieu fee that is managed as a credit trading or banking system. So you have sellers, buyers, and a centralized REC administrator. So first, the seller. So the top box noted in the orange color box, this could be a public agency or a private entity that design and construct an off-site GSI projects. This project generates compliance unit, which is represented as a treated impervious areas, usually in acreage or square footage. Then you look toward the bottom, you have the buyer. These are the blue boxes. So the buyers must pay a one-time upfront cost to the seller to purchase the compliance units. This would cover the capital cost to construct the project. In addition to the upfront capital costs, the buyer will also be required to contribute to the ongoing operations, maintenance, repair, and replacement costs of the facilities they are benefiting. Then in the middle, which is noted in the green boxes, this is the REC administrator who will certify this compliance unit, enter them into the tracking tools, making sure that the transaction is actually approved and meeting the permit requirement. The administrator will prepare the annual report as well as manages the O&M activities. And finally, at the bottom right, you have a community facility district, which is noted in the gray box. This has been identified as the most effective and appropriate mechanism to collect and manage this long-term maintenance costs in a reliable and sustainable manner. So let's apply this flow chart to the City of Pinole example. Let's say Pinole has a CIP roadway reconstruction projects. Because of the threshold, this project will be required to install a on-site bioretention. So let's say in this example, you will need to install a bioretention facility that treats 5,000 square feet of impervious area. Unfortunately, there is no space within the public right-of-way to construct this bioretention. Under the REC system, Pinole may choose to purchase compliance units equivalent to 5,000 square foot of compliance unit from a much larger regional project installed elsewhere instead of constructing that facility on site. Pinole will have to pay its prorated share to purchase the compliance unit in addition to the ongoing maintenance costs. So next slide, please. So this slide illustrates the organizational structure of the REC system. So on the left, you'll see the Joint Powers Authority formed by the initial participating members. Currently, out of our 21 member agency, 14 has expressed interest in joining the JPA. So on the left, that JPA will have an initial 14 members. In this setup, the JPA serves two primary functions. The first one is to form and administer a CFD, Community Facility District, to manage the ongoing maintenance and operational costs. And the second is to act as the REC system administrator, overseeing the transaction, certification of the compliance unit, as well as tracking. So under this arrangement, only the JPA members can buy or sell compliance unit through the system for their capital improvement projects. This member may also enable private developers, nonprofit, affordable housing, nonprofits, as an example, or other entities within their jurisdiction to participate in the system. Next slide, please. All right, so next slide. So let's talk about the REC Joint Powers Authority. Some of you may already be familiar with Joint Powers Authority, and the purpose of this REC JPA is similar to what you may have experienced with others. A JPA is formed to create a separate legal entity with its own liabilities, debt, and obligation that are independent from the individual members. and the JPA can only be formed through the approval of a joint powers agreement by the City Council or governing board of its member. So next is the term sheet and membership. We have prepared a detailed term sheet outlining key provisions for the joint powers agreement, and that term sheet has been shared with your Public Works Director. We encourage feedback from interested agency before finalizing the agreement for City Council or board approval. The term sheet also includes processes for the adoption and admission of new members, recognizing that some agencies may choose to join the JPA at a later date. And on the operational structure and staffing, this is actually a response to comments from several city managers. To avoid unfunded liabilities and pension risk, the JPA will not hire its own employees. Instead, it will rely on member agency staff and third-party contractors, consultants, law firms to manage its operation. Please keep in mind that the REC JPA is intended for projects only. This is not the same as the Solid Waste Authority JPA that affects the entire city resident. The REC JPA only affects selected property owners who choose to purchase or sell compliance unit to meet their project's compliance obligations for permit. For that reason, an elected official does not need to serve on the board unless the city chose that is the direction they wish to pursue. This role can be filled in by a city staff member. On the financial responsibility, I mentioned earlier that the community facility district will fund the ongoing O&M costs for the REC system. There will be some shared administrative costs, such as to comply with the Brown Act. The JPA board meeting needs to be posted. There may be some consultant works related to the initial JPA setup, which will be split equally among the members. Next slide, please. So I'm going to move on to the community facility district. One of the primary goals of the REC system is to create a sustainable and ongoing payment mechanism to ensure that buyers contribute to the ongoing cost of maintaining GSI project, whether publicly or privately owned. Fortunately, the Mello-Roos Act already provides a legal framework for this approach. It authorizes the formation of community facility districts, or CFD, which can levy special taxes to finance maintenance, including repair and replacement of flood and storm protection services on both public and private properties. A practical example of this already exists within our county. CFD 2007-1 was established by the Contra Costa County as a single jurisdiction model. In contrast, the proposal here envisioned the REC CFD with a larger or regional scope. So under the Joint Powers Agreement, the JPA would have the authority to form such a CFD and levy special taxes within the territories of current and future member agency. So the initial step in this process would be the CFD formation itself, which the JPA would handle entirely, requiring no additional actions from the initial members once they have signed the agreement. To begin, the JPA would identify a single private buyer interested in joining the CFD to meet their project permit compliance obligation. And following that, the JPA would complete the necessary steps, including adopting resolution, conducting public hearings, and holding a landowner election for that buyer to finalize the formation. Next slide, please. All right. Once a future annexation area is established, it will include one or more parcels as the initial CFD boundary, along with jurisdictions over all initial participants. So earlier I mentioned 14 agencies, so that would be the boundaries of the CFD will be drawn over those 14 jurisdictional boundaries. Designating these future annexations areas allow for an accelerated annexations process. So in essence, the only requirement for annexation is that the property owners sign a unanimous approval form. The short forms serve as their official vote to join the district and accept the special tax levy in future years. No additional steps are needed beyond that signature. Once the unanimous approval form is signed, a notice of special tax lien is recorded against the parcel, creating a lien that appears on that property's title after recording. When a new public agency joins the JPA and agrees to participate, any properties within its jurisdiction must be added to the future annexation area. And to accomplish this, the JPA board would adopt a resolution of intention to expand the CFD and annexation area to include the new territory. So next slide. All right, yeah, next slide, please. Yes, so this table here outlines key tasks and milestones for the next year. We completed informational workshops geared for various stakeholders group, stormwater managers, public works directors, planning directors, city managers, and city attorneys. This month, in December, we will facilitate a meeting with the 14 interested agencies to review the JPA draft agreement, prepare templates for a council staff report and resolutions to form the JPA. Concurrently, we are identifying projects to exchange. We have one project ready to be exchanged under the REC system. Additionally, we have one private developer have expressed an interest in building GSI on an underused parking lot within an old industrial area. We also have initiated discussions with Caltrans District 4 office regarding their needs for off-site mitigation measure and their interest in fund projects, regional projects for the REC system. We hope to circulate the CFD terms and establish the boundaries of the future annexations areas beginning in spring next year, with the goal of completing the CFD by the end of August. And with this schedule, we hope to initiate our first compliance unit exchanges as soon after. Next slide, please. So this slide is a little bit older. This was prepared 2 weeks ago. Since then, we have added 2 more agencies. So we have a total of 14 agencies who have expressed interest in joining the JPA. And if this is something that the City of Pinole is interested in, we ask that your legal counsel review and provide comments on the JPA term sheet. The term sheet, as I mentioned, has been distributed to your Public Works Director. There will be a kickoff meeting scheduled this month, and we ask that each participating agency send in a representative. The Clean Water Program will prepare additional materials and resources, such as templates of resolution, staff report, frequently asked questions, and other materials. And the next step for the agency would be to have their governing body adopt the resolution to join the REC JPA. So this concludes my presentations, and I'm available to answer questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We're going to go to council comments first. We'll begin with Councilor Thoms.
Thank you for that report. A question regarding the location. It looks like this would be county-wide, but is there an effort to match, say, a project that has an impact in West County with a project also in West County, or is it possible that the mitigation could take place, many miles away on the other side of the county?
Thank you for that question. The one project that I mentioned ready to be exchanged is actually close by to Pinole, so it is located within the West County. What we anticipate is that as the REC system evolves, there would be more additional projects, whether it is within the West County or Central or East County. And the idea is to be able to achieve compliance together in the more cost economical way, because this offer up regional solutions for our, the JPA members, obviously. I don't know whether I have answered your question.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go with Councilor Murphy for questions.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Director El Guindy, also for putting this presentation. I, for one, love a presentation that I don't always have to make a motion on, but just kind of simmer. So this is my first time kind of seeing this. I feel like we may have had a presentation from the mayor's conference about this at some point, but this is my first time seeing kind of the package. So I guess my first question is really just about like how the information is getting out. As I mentioned before, this similar presentation was made at a mayor's conference. It's a public meeting, but it's not necessarily as public. So as we are building out this plan that I see in a wonderful Gantt chart timeline, I'm just wondering about the resources that the agencies are putting together at this point, or the whatever party that is currently moving this, which it sounds like the county. What is the communications plan as you're building out, discussing this not just with council but members of the public and taxpayers?
Yeah. Thank you for that question, Councilmember Murphy. So far, the stakeholder, so I have given the presentation to various stakeholders group, including the public PMA. I have yet gave the presentation to the mayor's conference. Obviously, if requested, I'm happy to provide that presentations. There will be a communications out to the Building Industry Association. As I mentioned, the many cities may have some underutilized parking lot. Think of large parking lots such as Kmart Super Center that may have lost its anchor, and that parking lot became distressed and it's no longer utilized. That created a blight to the community. So the good thing about the REC system is that Caltrans, as I mentioned, is looking to mitigate their projects. You probably recall the Highway 37s from, going toward Sonoma. They try to widen the highway, but on both sides there is the wetland. So they are looking for mitigation. They have the funding, but they do not have the right of way to construct that project. So this is certainly information that I believe would benefit the community as a whole. For community where you see a lot of underutilized parking lots, this could be a way to revitalize that properties, to be providing good values to the community. As far as other communications, I again, as I mentioned, if requested, I'm happy to provide presentation to the mayor's conference. Right now we are relying on our member agency to share the information with their city councils. Ms. El Guindy invited me to come tonight, so I'm grateful for that opportunity. Now, you also asked, how is this efforts be funded? So the US EPA awarded us $1 million. Actually, they awarded us a total of $2 million to set up this system. We are very fortunate. Other counties such as Alameda, Santa Clara, and San Mateo, they do not have a regional alternative compliance. So they are looking at the REC systems JPA to be formed and see if there's any possibilities for them to join into the JPA, so then they can take advantage of these regional projects to meet their compliance. Currently, the efforts, so such as my time, the effort to put this system together is paid for under the EPA grant monies.
Gotcha. And just to clarify, the EPA grant was awarded to Contra Costa County.
Contra Costa Clean Water Program, right? The consortium, yes, not the unincorporated county. The county is one of our 21 member agencies.
Wonderful, thank you. I will have more questions. This is a great presentation. I just want to simmer on the presentation more, but thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. We'll go to Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you for the presentation. I think this is a great idea, but I do have, some concerns with the experiences that we've had with the JPAs. I'm seeing a lot of, the county water, the water board, and my concern is governance. And one of the issues I'm kind of circling is, with MCE, with Recycle More, and with the WICTAC, we've seen benefits come back to Pinole, and so I'm not taking anything away from a JPA. I'm just asking the governance and how these projects are selected. My concern is that we have projects going on in Pinole, and I think this will benefit us. We have the wastewater plant. I think this will benefit us. But if we were to do a large scale project somewhere, what I'm worried about is the open space we have, the being pinned down to an organization voting for or selecting areas that we might have as a local government other ideas for, being selected and put into this box and voted on, and now kind of pigeonholing us to, or constraining us to, what we can use that property for. How do you see the governance, and how do you see it being equitable for smaller cities within this larger JPA? I think is my main question.
Okay, if I hear your questions correctly, Mayor Pro Tem, your question is how we can set the governance of the JPA in such that it promotes equality, not just for the large, but for all, including the smaller community. And also you brought up concerns with pinpointing or locking, I would say, locking a certain parcel, public parcel, Pinole public lands to meet the regional. So I would like to let you know that that the current scenarios, well, let me mention about the scenario of the project first. Actually, Pinole is not the only smaller city. Think of Clayton. Clayton is a small city. Clayton does not have the land. They have a small downtown where for them, it makes sense for them to build their downtown the way the general plan intended that downtown to be, and not putting in bioretention right in the middle of downtown that might not be, aligned with their visions. So for that scenario, it's most likely that the regional project will not occur in Pinole or in the smaller city where the space is really tight. Smaller communities, such as your community, could benefit from purchasing perhaps the compliance unit elsewhere. So one more project that is still in the pipeline, and it's still being worked on, is a properties owned by Chevron. So Chevron is leaving California, and Chevron would like to give up their land, and we came up and have been in discussion with Chevron, and that property happened to be located in the old industrial, where if we were to construct a regional green stormwater infrastructure facility, the preliminary designs show that the about 500 acres of old industrial will be treated through that project, that facility. So we talked earlier about Pinole, along with other municipalities having to meet the Mercury and PCB TMDL. This is a part where you could just be a member of that project and still reap the benefit of being able to meet your permit compliance without having to construct the physical facility in your.
I hear you, and I don't mean to, but I think that where I'm going with this is that a Caltrans project may be able to, and I'm just saying hypothetically, be able to eat up all of those credits.
Oh yeah.
And so what I'm concerned about is the agencies that I see on the presentation could quickly eat up those credits, where Pinole would move to the bottom of the list.
I see.
So
Okay,
I'm concerned on how
Yes.
that's balanced across all the member agencies. So I that's a question, and I know that you might not be able to answer that right now, but it does bring up a concern as to larger cities reaping more of the benefits than Pinole would be capable of doing. I still like the concept. I still believe in what you're doing. I just kind of want to see how the governance would go, and us not be kind of paying into a system and not seeing any of that benefit back. Yeah.
Yes, thank you for that. So I think this is a valid concern that I would encourage to be brought up during the JPA. The JPA, we are not, the term sheet that we circulated that is not locked in. We are waiting for feedback from the interested agency to help shape the agreement. So again, the concern of a smaller size community having to compete with the larger one, there needs to be some regulations, some rules that allowing, some equal treatment and just considering those communities as well.
Understood. Thank you so much.
Thank you for those questions. I will make a note of that as we are discussing and reviewing the JPA term sheet.
All right, we'll go to Councilor Martinez-Rubin.
Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Perkins. Yes, you can add a second asterisk to the comments by Councilmember Tave.
Yes.
Somewhat related is a question to you about, and this is feedback about the presentation and future discussion, is how the parcels for infrastructure are identified at all. So who identifies those parcels to eventually have infrastructure developed? As much as I love nature-based solutions to manage rainwater runoff and find that to be a means to beautify the city of Pinole, I'm very much an advocate for environmentally friendly solutions. The other aspect of that is that we may not have the space to create something that would benefit at best how our city is laid out, and that relates to the topography of it as well as to what's already developed. And so the question is about how the parcels are identified and who would identify them and how much say-so or quote power they would, or authority each member organization would have. In the example that you gave, and pardon me, I didn't quite clear your presentation. It was a little bit muffled in the transmission. So I am interested in understanding better this matter of obtaining credits in lieu of having the infrastructure. Again, it's the question of cost benefit to a smaller city that wouldn't have the funds to build the infrastructure anyway. It seems the easy answer to that is now, Pinole, you would get credits. But again, on the other hand, we also wouldn't have the infrastructure. And it's the infrastructure, I think that's the part of the better outcome here. So whether this is the only means to obtain infrastructure, I don't know at this point, because it relates to the question that Councilmember Tave had as how does a smaller city get the benefit of actually having the infrastructure that would allow for the management of rainwater for the long term, not just for a 5-year period. Is it a 5-year period for that permit related to?
It is a 5-year permit.
5 year, and I want a project that's going to be at least 20 years of life, if at all.
Right.
And so I'd like to see more of how that would be determined. Related, examples, a living shoreline. We have a shoreline. I'd like to see that.
Yes.
We have had discussions or at least suggestions here on council about having more trees in Pinole. So an urban tree canopy. Wouldn't that be great for us to have? And couldn't we have that? Because it's been on our plan, although maybe other member agencies haven't heard us say that because they've been discussions only among us. And having said that, I understand that having discussions with other parties would then open up the opportunity to do something collaboratively. But again, at the end, could we actually have the projects that council would desire, given its familiarity with Pinole? Another question is about another component of the RAC. I'm kind of chuckling inside. Here I am using one of your acronyms, but the Community Facilities District. On one of your slides, there's mention of it would be the one that would be levying special taxes. So I'd like to better understand that process in a future presentation or discussion or the staff report that we will get, because that's an additional tax that no doubt or undoubtedly we will have a clamor about here in public comment, because if the parcels that are selected are private is one matter. If they're public, well, that's another matter. But again, the question of who ends up paying these taxes gets back to how are the parcels determined? Are we just talking about parcels that are owned publicly and or privately? The verbiage that's being used about buyers and sellers, very, very business oriented. So at this point, I'm not sure whether we would be a buyer or a seller, and what would determine that as well. So that's some of my feedback. Thank you. And set of questions.
Thank you so much. Yes, please remind me if I miss your questions. I tried to capture your questions, so please remind me if I somehow missed that one. So maybe let's start with the projects. I think you asked for the project. So first of all, before I answer your questions, this regional alternative compliance, the word alternative is voluntary. So every project, whether it's private or public, by the permit, they have to treat their stormwater runoff on site. So that's the first order of business, from the development side, maybe public works or engineering, as they issue building permit. You must try to construct those improvements on site. Now, if that is not possible, you may look elsewhere. A good example would be an affordable housing projects in the downtown area. Of course, it's a lot to lot, so it's not possible to construct the treatment on site. So this would be a good example where that particular project, in order for that project to move forward, they might consider purchasing compliance unit. So let me, in this case, answer the question of the buyers. So the interested agency that have, those agencies that have expressed interest, for one reason or another, they might have some private developers that were asking for a way out so that they can move the project forward. Those are the sellers. Or they might have CIP project where they just could not build the infrastructure on site. So they would be the sellers. For the city of Pinole, we don't know your circumstances. You could be the buyer or the sellers. So then your question is, how are these projects be prioritized? This is also voluntary. The example that I mentioned earlier is not too far from Pinole. It's a Green Street project. That project happened to treat excess runoff that they can sell this excess runoff as a compliance credit. So this particular example, that entity is the seller. Now, we are asking our member agency to submit their own project that they felt could create those excess compliance units available to Transex. Obviously, if it is a matter of funding, say US EPA has money that they would like the Rex JPA to construct. Remember, the JPA being a legal entity, they can receive the funding from or loan, or grant monies from other entities. So in this case, if this is given to the JPA, then there needs to be an agreement among the members as to what would be the appropriate projects funded by this external funding source that would benefit the JPA members. And I believe that the members should have a say on what those priority projects are. So I think I answer maybe the project priorities, the buyers, and I think you mentioned you have questions about community facility district. So if, let's say, the city of Pinole is interested in joining the JPA, that would open up your CIP project to be able to participate in the compliance unit exchanges, as well as your private developers, as well as the nonprofit located within your jurisdictions. Now, the community facility district, as I mentioned, allow levy of special taxes. That taxes will go against the buyers. So if it's a private developers, then they would be responsible for paying those special taxes, not the city of Pinole. So again, this is a voluntary arrangement. So those parties who chose to participate in the transaction will bear the cost for the ongoing O&M, as well as to purchase their prorated share of the compliance unit initially. Did I miss any other questions? Forgive me if I miss any of your questions.
You did go over them. Thank you very much. You're very attentive, great listener, and provided your responses. I, on the other hand, require at least 3 presentations, both orally, written, and then some time to process, as I know we will have. So thank you very much.
You're most welcome.
Thank you. And the city clerk will go to public comment on this item if we have any.
Yes, we do. Thank you. Rafael Menes.
Good evening, and thank you for the presentation. I feel like I might be fundamentally not understanding something about the pitch you're making to the city, so I want to ask some questions, and maybe they're bad questions, and see if you could clarify. Because right now it sounds to me like the EPA set up a requirement that a certain amount of PCBs and mercury be filtered out of stormwater, and that most of the PCBs and the mercury are from areas in the county that aren't in Pinole. But each individual site is responsible for doing its own filtration unless they sign up to be part of this Regional Alternative Commission. So what it sounds like to me, based on this presentation, is basically the city of Pinole signs up, and it's effectively speaking going to be spreading out the pool of cost, paying for regional projects that offset the pollutants coming from areas that are sites of pollution. But it's not going to necessarily mitigate pollutants coming from Pinole itself. It's just going to create this sort of resource equivalency that pays for the pollutants, and any pollutants that are generated in Pinole will still enter the stormwater stream and enter the bay, but they'll have been offset by this RAC, I think was the acronym you used for it.
The RAC system.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
And it seems to me like basically it's saying Pinole signs up for this, it's going to get a tax voluntarily assessed on the properties that take part in the RAC. So it's not necessarily on every property of the city, it would just be on properties that couldn't do the mitigation on site. But most of the benefit wouldn't necessarily be going to the city of Pinole. It would be going to the members of the JPA that are actually generating the mercury and PCB contaminated stormwater that needs to be treated, and that Pinole wouldn't be for the most part, if I'm understanding that map correctly. So aside from regulatory compliance, what is the benefit that Pinole gains from basically subsidizing the rest of the region's projects?
Okay. Yeah, thank you for those questions. So first of all, the requirement to reduce mercury and PCB is not set by EPA. It is set by the State Water Resources Board. Now, one thing to remember is that the Pinole, along with 75 other municipalities, share the same stormwater permits. And that permit actually indicated that the San Francisco Bay is the watershed. So even though that those pollutants are found in other communities, because the permit is designed over one common watershed, which is the San Francisco Bay, Pinole, along with the 75 other agencies, are responsible. And their requirement to reduce PCB load is actually assigned to Pinole as well as the other agency. It will be hard if you are not in this community that has the PCB, right? Because how are you going to be able to reduce your requirement, your portion of the requirement to do so? Now, on the other side, if I were the city of Richmond, it certainly create undue burden on my city, just because in my city happen to have where all the industrial are located. So the REC system create a regional mechanisms where a regional project can be constructed. Now, remember, because this is a JPA, there are funding sources available to pay to construct these projects. So then the JPA members' obligation would only be limited to the ongoing maintenance of the bioretention, which in this case would involve bioretention or typically landscape, as you see in the pictures. So that would be paying or contribute to mowing or pruning the landscape, making sure that the trash are free from the inlets and or reestablishing any eroded slope of the bioretention. So this is one way to help meet the compliance in a more cost-effective way. And I'm sorry if I miss your other questions.
No, and would love if the public commenter could reach out directly to the presenter as well as another option as well. But just want to thank you for all the answers to the questions that we have. City Clerk, any other public comments that we have?
There are no more public comments.
Okay, and just want to bring it back to council for any comments at all.
Yeah, I was just wondering, thank you for the presentation again, but I know that there were some questions. I'm not sure if we can bring Director Elgundy up to kind of if there's any questions that we could readily answer or any comments that you might have.
Good evening once again. I actually would like to step out of the presentation a little bit and try to bring it home. And thank you very much, Rinta. For the city, for example, and these are initial calculations, for the city to be a part of...
Excuse me, Director Elgundy, will you bring the mic a little bit closer to make sure those at home can hear you? Thank you.
Thank you. For the city to participate and become a part of the GPA, based on the initial estimates, it would cost the city about $2,000 initially for the formation of the GPA, if the GPA would have at least 10 member agencies. And the annual cost would be about another $2,000. Forming the GPA and establishing a regional system would provide an opportunity for development and capital improvement projects to either buy or sell credits. But it's not an obligation, and it's not going to change our practice and how we proceed with our projects. For example, the Roble Road widening and the addition of the sidewalk, it has a bioretention component. But if we proceed with that option, it significantly increases the cost of the project. So that's a choice that we would, the council would have to make when we bring the project forward. In reporting this year, we are at 80% in terms of compliance. The locations that are still identified from a regional perspectives within Pinole for installation of trash capture devices are near commercial areas that are mostly vacant now, and the city does not have much influence in making that change. We looked into having a large-scale trash capture devices at a downfall location, but that in itself would cost from $300,000 to $400,000. So all challenges and opportunities are in front of us. This will not limit us from pursuing the various options. It would just provide another option for capital and development projects.
So for the trash capture, for example, that would be something that through this agency, we would receive credits for installing that. Or somebody may say, hey, Pinole, we'd like to pay for that as part of credits that we need for a different agency, for a different area. So there's that kind of trading that would go on to fill a need for us and solve a problem somewhere else in the region.
Yes.
Got it. Okay. So, and those projects are pretty, I think, over the years, they're pretty well defined, right? I mean, I think we've talked about them several times, but things like the creek, right? And putting the trash capture, yeah, I mean, I guess you could keep going, right? Depending on the need from a different agency, right? So if they said, hey, we really need help, we can offer these several projects for them to help augment the cost for.
Yes.
Potentially. Not saying
Yes,
it's
potentially.
yeah,
Yes.
like not saying that that's going to happen, but I think this just opens that door for us. Okay.
Yes.
All right. No, thank you for that. I appreciate it.
All right, Councilor Toms.
Yes, thank you. Thank you both for your input. So if a private developer were to ask for some offsite mitigation, they become part of the CFD and they get charged an annual fee on their property tax. That's the way normally these things work. But if it's a capital project that needs to find mitigation, public streets are not taxed. So
Correct. Yes. So
how is that ongoing?
Yes.
And then I just have one follow-up on that is our funding sources that we get from, federal dollars and other grant funds to pay for infrastructure, is this an eligible charge, or can we just charge it one time and then who pays the ongoing? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I probably can provide a real example related to your questions. So the example that I mentioned to you is Green Street projects. And there are two agencies interested in purchasing this Green Street project. So as you know, the Green Street, as you mentioned, public right-of-way cannot be taxed. So for those transactions, so we have one agency as the seller and we have two separate small community as the buyers. So they are public to public transactions. So in this regard, the condition is that the three must be a part of the JPA to have the facility, but they cannot be levy special tax under the CFD. So for this transaction, and to respond to your questions, the three agencies enter into a separate agreement where they would then provide the compensation. So with regard to the ongoing O&M, I believe the calculation was computed for a life cycle of 25 years. I believe, I think it's still being worked out, the numbers, where that fund will then go into the JPA escrow, and that will then be used for the ongoing maintenance of that project. I hope I answer your question.
Thank you. Yeah.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem. Yeah.
I guess, so what are the next steps? Do we need a motion or will this come back to council? Because I think I can't wait for the staff report, really. I want to see how this might work for us because it sounds like it's something that we could start getting into immediately. But what's the, I guess, timeline? What are the next steps? What direction?
Terms of the agreement have been provided to our city attorney for initial feedback. So we're doing the initial work and review. This will come back to the city council consideration in February or March. And at that time, we would provide a request for decision.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other comments or further questions? Councilor?
No, just thank you to staff for bringing this up and inviting Ms. Perkins to present so we could be aware of this other option.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Director
Thank you very
Alguindi.
much.
Thank you so much. All right, that concludes our presentations for this evening. And we have a few business items here to get through. And so we'll move on to item 9, which is the consent calendar. And want to bring it to public comment. If City Clerk, there are public comments on any of the consent items.
Yes, thank you. For the consent calendar, we have Kathy McFarland who would like to speak on 9E, F, and I. A reminder that you have 3 minutes per item. If you do complete your comments, just let us know that you're moving on to the next item.
Good evening again. So as of hold on, let me grab this. 9E, you want to add one full-time employee. Do we really have a budget for this? Number 9F, the impact fees for 2025, 2026 are to be used for related impacts on public streets, facility, and services. Your slated projects here, not one dime has gone for the streets. And $700,000 for public safety building modernization, $300,000. And city hall modernization, $400,000. What does this have to do? How is this helping our community? What is it doing? It's beautifying your work area, but what is it doing for the citizens of Pinole? You have slated down here $880,000 for Fernandez Park improvements, and also $400,000 for upgrading the city pools. I think with all of these funds and the way the city is stating they have minimal money to run our community, that I think these dollars should be spent more wisely than frivolously. And as of 9I, I have a question about the actual contract. On the actual contract, it says that it's only for the public safety building, but yet the prior paperwork that has, whereas it has 3 buildings, so but they all have the same number, the FA 1702. So are we paying over $500,000 for one roof, or are we paying for 3 roofs? It's a little confusing. And as of 10A, so we have no contract for our police officers.
Ms. McFarland, so this is for consent calendar items
Okay,
9.
Okay, that's the next one. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment. I know there was a question on item 9I. If Director Alguindi, if you have a response, feel free.
And Mayor, we do have several other comments as well for multiple items.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With regards to the cost of the roof, that is only for the PD building, replacement of the roof. It's in bad condition, that it became an urgent project for us.
Perfect. Thank you so much. City Clerk, next comment, please.
Yes, thank you. Rafael Menez would like to speak on 9B, C, D, H, and I.
Thank you. Good evening again. Mayor, Council, staff, Arts Public. My name is Rafael Menez, resident of Pinole, and I'm going to read here from the written comments I submitted prior to the meeting for all of the items except for 9I, because 9I is a bit narrower. So my first one, for 9B, I had a question about on page 54 of the agenda packet, there was a refund for $500 noted to Republic Services. And I was curious as to whether that was linked to the memorandum of understanding or for some other reason. And I got a reply back from Director Guillory stating that it was the return of a $500 contribution that Republic Services made to the Bears Conference, considering that the city has a business relationship with the firm. For item 9C, I'm disappointed that OPC cut the data collection segment from the grant. I would think that they would understand the importance of community buy-in. I also wanted to note my appreciation for the Nations of Liz John B. Willie to partner with Pinole and Hercules here, and the Community Development Department noted that they agree with those comments. For item 9D, page 95 notes major, i.e. earthquakes with magnitude greater than 4, earthquakes in Concord in 1958 and 1955. Have there been similar magnitude earthquakes closer to Pinole this year? Also on pages 151 and 158, there's an extra hereby adopt to the phrase, the city of Pinole hereby adopts the 2025 hereby adopt. And the corrections memo shows the adjustments made for that one. For item 9H, recognizing that the IT report is from 2022 and therefore pre-fire contract. To what extent is the city responsible for fire's IT expenses? Pages 207 through 8 under that contract. And page 224 mentions several benchmarks. Does the city have those available? And I got separate responses for that. The benchmark data isn't available yet, but the city's working on compiling it, and the city hasn't been responsible for fire software expenses since the fire department transferred over to Confire in March of 2023. Now, finally, for item 9I. I noted that item 9I said that the bid that was accepted was ultimately the second lowest bid. So I was curious if the city could elaborate on why the lowest bid wasn't responsive. Did it not cover certain areas? Was the bidder simply not competent to perform the bid? Like, what was the reason for basically choosing the second least expensive option? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we'll go to City Clerk. Next comment, please.
Thank you. Irma Ruport would like to speak on 9E and 9H.
Good evening, Mayor, again, council, staff, and public. On 9E, I have a concern. Mayor, as we know, communications director just came on. This position was created about 3 or 4 months ago by the city manager. The person who's housed this position, I don't know her background. I don't know what she has in terms of IT background. And she did get a raise, but in other words, I like to see the interim city manager look at this before we go forward. As you know, the PCTV was transferred to the city manager last year, the department, and it has created a communications department under the city manager. I'd like to see that the interim city manager look at this again, maybe put it back where it was at the recreation department. There's too many inexperienced people in this department, communications. So this is one position she's added that she wants new. And the other thing too, the status of the IT plan for the next couple of years on item 9H, the development through 26, 27 through 31 and 32. It's a long report. You don't put it on the consent calendar. It's information that the public needs to know about the IT plan. We've been so shorthanded in the IT area. We've even had people, employees, who didn't know what the hell they were doing in the past in the IT position because we were understaffed. Mayor and council, the PCTV and the IT communications position needs to go back to where it was. Go back and actually, let's look into it again. And make sure that we're all doing something right, because what it is it's under the CIP, but however, the report, it's in June 2022. Look, really, guys, can we bring this report up to date and can we have those 2 items so the interim city manager can look at them and come back with a report at the next meeting? I'd appreciate it, because it doesn't look good. We can't have amateur people looking at some of this stuff where the city has failed in the past. We need to bring our system up to speed, up to today's date. Where PCTV is, I don't know. So, and we give increases of salaries, and for whom? Just a comment, an opinion. Look into it.
Thank you for the comment. City Clerk, next comment, please.
There are no more public comments.
Public comments. Thank you. We'll bring it back to council if any members want to pull any items.
Yes, Mayor. Can I pull item E and H, please?
And E and H. Other items to pull, council? If there's none, we can entertain a motion to adopt the outstanding.
I move to approve consent calendar for items B, C, D, as in David, E, elephant, F, Frank, G, I.
Did you say A?
Is that
No.
Just to clarify, I think the items that were pulled were E and H. So did you? Items E and H were pulled for separate consideration.
Was it not A?
Item E.
E as an elephant. Okay. Pardon me.
I'm
Okay.
happy to second your motion if you add A into the approval of the consent calendar.
I'm sorry. Repeat which ones you want to pull.
I just wanted to pull E and H.
E and H, right, okay. So I move to approve consent calendar with the exception of E and H.
So second to that.
Thank you. Motion and second, no comments. City Clerk, call roll, please.
Thank you. Councilmember Toms?
Yes.
Councilmember Murphy?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tave?
Yes.
Mayor Sasai?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. And we'll go back to the items that were pulled, starting with item 9E.
Thank you, Mayor. And do you mind if I bring up a 9H first before 9E, only because it kind of reports? So, I think Director Epps is online. I wanted to, first of all, note how far we've come. I know the IT plan was developed and adopted maybe in it says here, right, 2022, 2021. And I know our city has really moved around prioritizing the issue of cybersecurity and particularly upgrading our information technology systems. So I just wanted to, again, thank Director Epps for your work and really administrating that program. I would like to see us come back to council with perhaps a presentation. I mean, I think one of the things I'm looking to really dig deeper into are kind of the benchmarks which were noticed on the fiscal year 2021, 2022 through 25, 26. But I think it does deserve and warrant a larger discussion. And I think the idea of adding more full-time equivalent IT staff is necessary. I do want to ask Director Epps about what is kind of the plan around the development of the IT plan. I mean, I see it there, but I would love for her to speak to a little bit about what she's thinking, just because, the report was pretty long.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Murphy, for that question. So the development of the IT plan, we are coming up on the end of our 5 years of the 2021 to fiscal year 2021, 22 to 2029, 2030 IT plan. And so we have already taken steps towards planning for the strategic development of the next 5-year plan. The plan that you have as an attachment to the staff report, that is the existing plan that was approved by council in 2022. And it was the first IT plan of its kind. I don't know the exact history, but that was in the past records that I have on hand to say about that. So what we're looking forward to for the next 5-year IT plan is we're taking a different strategy towards developing this. We're trying to look at it to maximize cost effectiveness, to move towards greater steps of modernization. And as part of that, which is outlined in the staff report you have there today, is we're in the middle of a software evaluation. This is being done citywide. That's just one of the things that we are looking at so that we can gather data and really examine in more depth at the various departments, how they're using software and how we can maximize the integrations between the software, reduce redundancies, and plan fiscally for over the next 5 years in a more holistic way so that we can use our resources in the smartest way possible. And so that's one of the steps that we're doing. Another thing that we've outlined in the report today, which is just an update on the status of the development of the IT plan, is the development of an AI policy, which was not part of the 5-year plan that we have currently. As you know, AI is it's a new development. It's changing every single day. And so that's something that council can look forward to as having as part of the next 5-year IT plan. So those are just a couple of examples of where we're going towards. And then, most finally that I want to note here today is the building of an internal IT department where we're transitioning from relying predominantly on consultants and outside expertise to service the entire city for its IT needs. And we're transitioning to a internal department where we have greater control, greater internal expertise. It's costs less, and we are able to do more by bringing in internal IT staffing that will replace the consulting fees. So we want to. Our strategy moving forward for the next 5-year plan is really looking at what we're using our consulting resources and funds for, and moving that over to internal IT staffing where we can be of greater service to our departments.
Thank you for that explanation, Director Epps. One of my next question was actually about the more. So in the staff report, I understand that if we, again, we're receiving the report, so I think it's generally just a receiving of a report. But in terms of adding another staff member or 1.0 full-time equivalent, I noticed that the staff report, of course, listed that that person would not technically be. Essentially, there'd be no just direct fiscal impact to the current fiscal year budget, but the goal is to approve this essentially for next year's budget, right? I'm just wondering, with the budget cycle kind of coming around the corner, what are we losing by having this consideration in next year's budget conversation as opposed to it being now? It being approved now.
Are you referring to the IT plan status update, or are you referring to the IT technician conversation?
So I'm specifically referring to the resolution that would add a one FTE information technology technician. And my understanding from the staff report is that again, that would not impact this year's budget, but your goal or your ask of the council today is for us to add the position for next year's budget. But I'm wondering, given that we're in the current budget cycle now, given that we're in a budget now and that we're about to go to the next budget cycle in a couple of months, or at least discussions of that budget cycle, why is this being brought to us now? What is the urgency? I should probably is a better question. What is the urgency of this position being added or being considered for approval now versus just putting this in line with the next year budget cycle?
Okay. Thank you for the clarification on that question. Yes, I think I can highlight two of the strongest reasons that we've chosen to bring this forth right now before even the mid-year budget cycle. And number one is because we currently have one IT manager, and he is providing IT support and all of the IT management duties and responsibilities, such as strategic planning, such as IT plan development, such as oversight, such as budget and financial planning, et cetera. So we want to make sure that we have a sustainable model that, does not have an impact on staff morale, does not affect the services that are provided to the city. We do receive approximately 60% of our IT help desk support tickets are for the police department. And so that is always, if we ever get a ticket from the police department, that is always our number one priority, to make sure that to make sure that the police department has what they need to serve the community. And so we have, we want to make sure that we get adequate IT staffing in place so that we have backup coverage, so that we have 24-hour help desk support. Right now, the model that we're using is we have reduced our budget for our using Precision IT managed service provider for IT support. And they are providing a fraction of what the services that they were providing before. We've scaled back tremendously on IT support in preparation for the IT building and IT department. And so we're trying to, it's really is a balance right now, is making sure that we can provide the level of support that is needed across the city, but also manage our resources appropriately. Our consulting budget for Precision IT is scheduled to last through March. And what we want to avoid, so the second reason why we were asking for an IT staff person now is because we want to avoid exhausting that budget going into the mid-year, which is about March, and having to have add additional funding for consulting services that would overlap bringing in an IT person at that time. So we're really trying to time it in a way that we're not expending any more consulting funds than we need to. So that's why it's not impacting this fiscal year 25-26 budget, because we're simply reallocating funds from another source, which is consulting, and moving that to an in-house IT staff person. And we are planning, we wanted to include the explanation in the staff report intentionally to highlight our plans looking forward. We're not just trying to put a Band-Aid on it now. We're really trying to plan strategically for the next fiscal year 26-27, moving away additional funding out of our professional services budget and moving that into in-house IT expertise so that we can provide the best possible service for the city and in turn the community.
Thank you, Director Epps. You know, I appreciate the explanation. You know, I'm challenged. First of all, I want to honor your work. I too am just challenged with where we're at, given, again, like we approved a budget. I know this is not going to impact this year's budget, but I'm also hearing that we have scaled back Precision IT consulting, which I'm not sure how these decisions are being made, honestly. And again, for me, I feel like we've moved very far from at least 2020, where we didn't have IT support generally at all. I mean, so for me, I don't know how decision points are being made, but I feel a little bit uncomfortable right now approving a new role that, you know, will have an impact eventually. Even if it doesn't have an impact currently in the budget cycle, it will. I mean, essentially, our next budget is going to be our next budget process is going to start next quarter. And so I just have as much as I do support our growth in IT, I also want to better understand what we're getting more of if we add another employee. And right now, I understand that we're looking to develop a plan that's in motion, which is great for the next 5 years, but I'm not sure what we're getting more out of adding another technician. On the other hand, I do understand, of course, that, you know, the current manager that we have might have a large scope right now. Again, this is also coming to a 5-year, you know, resolution where we didn't have an IT manager. So it's hard for me to kind of understand where we're at or how those decisions are being made, or certainly how the resources are being allocated, because I felt like we made a point to say that not just AI, but certainly information technology is important. As it relates to the AI conversation, you know, it's kind of a different conversation, but I know it's under one wheelhouse. You know, our staff people use AI before the AI name got popular. So I'm not sure like what we're looking to develop in that AI policy. But the agency was already using artificial intelligence in different ways, or at least machine learning, which is basically artificial intelligence. So I just want to, I want to honor your work. I'm happy to receive the report for 9H. I would love for 9E to be considered through the finance subcommittee. I think that's the best approach to that at another time, but I'm not going to support this tonight. I'm happy to, and would urge my council colleagues to move this item to consideration by the finance subcommittee for our next budget cycle for more conversation.
Thank you, Councilmember. We'll go to Councilmember Thoms.
Yeah, 9E, I do support that, and we have discussed that, transitioning from consulting work to bring the IT work in-house. We've already, that's already been discussed. It's already been planned for. This is just one piece that implements, transitioning that to in-house. So I would like to move 9E and 9H.
I second that.
Thank you. Motion and a second. Do we have any comments on the motion?
So I just have a question, and it was just said that this is one piece. I think for me, it's how many other pieces are there? I don't think we've, and I know that I wasn't here for the AI conversation, but I don't think we've had a full picture presented to the council as to what this IT plan looks like. I know that we have a solid report, but I think it's something that's worth coming back to council and having a larger discussion. I know these things move quickly, and that there's a lot of development happening behind the scenes, but I think these discussions sometimes come fragmented, and I really like to see a more of a whole picture, and that was the whole point of the 5-year plan. To add staff, I think we should stick to the process of adding staff, coupled with the staff needs across the entire city. At least that's just my opinion. But I do think it's important, and I understand the need. I don't want to take away from the fact that, yes, we do need to grow our IT department. I'm just trying to figure out what that looks like. One of the commenters just mentioned the CCT, or the Pinole TV has a lot of equipment. We talked about this, I want to say 3 years ago, 4 years ago, when we replaced that equipment. Well, it's coming up on the 5-year, 6-year, 7-year mark for replacement. How has that replacement plan been going? I mean, we've talked about this, kind of fragmented. And for me, I'd like to see more of a larger conversation come back to council, and then those requests being made, and then the staffing would come subsequent.
I wanted to reiterate what Ms. Epps told us is that the contract for our IT work ends in March. It takes a while to recruit staff, new staff. So I think, we would really leave a hole in services to the IT department if we, kick the can a little bit. Yeah, so that's a huge concern that I have.
Absolutely.
Through the mayor.
Murphy. We'll do Councilmember Murphy first, and then.
And I'm sorry, Director Epps, and I thank you, Councilmember Toms, because I just want to reiterate, this is a very important task that we're now bringing in-house. We've been talking about this. I certainly remember in 2020 really pushing this around cybersecurity, but I'm still challenged with, again, how are we seeing this as a bigger picture? And I appreciate the report, but I'm still not understanding. Yeah, it seems like it's very patchworky. My other thought is that we've extended the Precision IT consulting contract, I think 2 or 3 times. So if it's not to be extended, is there a reason why we're not considering the extension of that contract? Or at least haven't even been asked as a council to extend it?
I would like to clarify the Precision IT contract that we have right now. We're currently on a month-to-month contract with Precision IT. So we just would need to give them 30 days to terminate the contract. However, what I was talking about with the March timeline, that has to do with how long we've budgeted. So we've budgeted for a certain amount of Precision IT services for this fiscal year, and that budget will be is estimated to be exhausted in and around March if we are to continue on the same trends of using them for our help desk support as it is now with our IT manager providing the majority of the port and then Precision IT supplementing.
Thank you, Director Reps. And just to ask a question as well, we could also extend the contract with Precision IT as well, actually 3 months to cover between March and June. Is that correct?
Yes, we can continue month to month with the contract, but we're anticipating that by March, we would no longer have a budget We would have exhausted our budget funds for Precision IT. So if we did have the need to extend Precision IT services beyond March, we would be coming to council and asking for additional funding to continue those services without an internal IT person.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any additional questions?
I do, but please.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I had initially asked for a presentation on an IT plan if we had one, and I was also reminded that we did have one. We started talking about it back in 2020, and approved it, I believe, 2 years later. The staff report does present what has been done to date, and it has given staff an opportunity to see what has been in place, what has worked. There are indications of progress by fiscal year. It's a plan so that it also helps them set ideas or begin thinking about what's going to happen for the next set of dates. I think we can approve these 2 items on consent without any conflict about them, and request that a presentation be made as well, as staff has thought further based on the work that they've presented to us as reports. The matter of having another person on staff, think about it. Somebody made a comment about we didn't have a manager before, IT manager. No, we didn't. But we had a team of people on contract as consultants that could be called upon and were. If we don't individually see the benefits of having an in-house staff, it's because we're not in-house. We all know that we're not here on a day-to-day basis. We do know, though, that when someone from the members of the public wants to have a permit for construction be processed in a timely manner, as an example, or we want a response for something that's going awry out in the community and we want a response, that kind of software, that kind of maintenance, that kind of response, we do want to be timely. We hear if they're not. That's the kind of work that we see, right? But the matter of having one person now, the manager, attend to everything that needs to be attended to for a team, not only in-house, but as well the software that's in process, the legacy systems that are in place, the adoption of new software to integrate AI as it's being used now, and also the consideration for security as is required from all of us, by all of us, as well as by staff within each department in their own ways. That's one person right now managing that. That person's having another technician would help, again, with the timeliness of all that work, as well as to think about the innovative work that is required to bring us to another plan for the next 5 years. So I would support both E and H in tandem, knowing that we could also have a presentation to hear that comprehensive approach that you want to understand better on a later date. Thank you.
Thank you. I did have a question because Councilmember Murphy had mentioned referral to the Finance Subcommittee meeting. City Clerk, when is that usually being scheduled for March?
Well, we're going to look to schedule initial meetings in January and then go from there. Yes.
Okay, great. I'm not sure if there are any further comments on the motion, but I would just say it would be great to take a look at adding a full-time employee as part of the broader conversation in the context of an annual budget and all the moving pieces that entails as well. So I know, Mayor Pro Tem, did you have a follow-up question or comment there?
I'm just, and this is not to staff. It's just hard when we're seeing new positions come in and then thinking about the whole organization and positions and need, right? To see one come on consent without the full picture and how this plan fits into that, it's just difficult. But understanding the stress that one person trying to carry an entire IT department from now until June is a difficulty on its own. I think my issue is that being, it seems like we're in this position a lot where we're at council and trying to understand, okay, well, we just need to get to the next checkpoint and then the next checkpoint and the next checkpoint without having that larger discussion. And I feel like we're doing that, like I said, fragmented between department to department to department. And I think it's important for us to look at it when it comes to council as in its entirety. and I understand the need. At this point, I'll support it, but I just it's reluctantly. It's kind of like, okay, we're going to support it, and the last thing I want to do is get to budget season and realize, okay, we don't have enough money for everyone. Then where does the conversation go then? And we just put somebody on, you know what I mean? I just don't want to be in a position where we're having to cut services in order to support a decision that's made fragmented throughout the year. And that's why we have these processes to try to look at this in its entirety. So I will support this in the sense that just having one person doing this work and the criticality of IT, how much it is interwoven into our public safety and some of our vital functions. But I mean, being put in this position as a council member is just tough because now we're going to have to look at this again. And I know this position was budgeted. I believe that we had this in the plan. The question is, being in this position, what's the next step here? And I think that's where, for me, it's a little bit frustrating. But yeah, we're happy to support him.
Thank you for your comments.
To the mayor,
please.
I move to approve items E and H on the consent calendar.
I think that was already a motion on the.
Yes, I have a motion and a second.
Gotcha. Thank you. Any further comments? No, go ahead. No further comments. We'll go to City Clerk Bell Spears for roll call, please.
Thank you. Councilmember Toms?
Yes.
Councilmember Murphy?
No.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tave?
Yes.
Mayor Sasai?
No.
I'm sorry, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other motions on the consent calendar?
Well, if you don't mind, Mayor, I just want to say, Director Epps, again, I'm grateful for the report back. I would ask that staff come back. I mean, you obviously are hearing this conversation. I know we have the budget process and development process going on early next year. Some of these things and some of these considerations, I would just love for, again, a presentation to come back about the work that we're doing in IT and also the budget implications, because I think what I heard from our council is that we're all aligned that this is important. Like IT, we understand it's important, and we've come a long way. We also do have to manage our city and our budget, right? And so I feel like we've been doing a good job at that. And also we can continue to do that with just larger conversations about items like this, in particular adding staff during this time. So again, I'm not theoretically opposed to these items, but I do think that they deserve and warrant more time for consideration. So thank you. Just wanted to say that.
Thanks. And my concern around this really is, hearing public comment around other departments that may be understaffed, and now we're considering adding a full-time employee without having the context of a large discussion on our annual budget. Again, I think it would have been worth a referral to the Finance Subcommittee and having that recommendation come back to Council. But thank you for the motion, and we're going to continue on. I believe there's no other items on consent calendar that have been pulled. Is that correct, City Clerk?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. So we've went ahead and taken action on consent calendar. We'll move on to item 10, public hearings. We have one item on public hearings, that is item 10A. It is a public hearing and introduction of an ordinance adding Chapter 2.68 to Title 2 of the Pinole Municipal Code, restricting the use of city-owned or city-controlled property for federal civil immigration enforcement activities. And we'll pass it to Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of the council, staff, and members of the public, Eric Casher, City Attorney. I will be presenting this item along with our Police Chief and Acting City Manager, Klaun. This is the introduction of an ordinance restricting the use of city-owned property for federal immigration activities. We do have a PowerPoint that hopefully can be added, and there we go. Looks like it's loading here. So we could go to the next slide. By way of background, on November 4th, the City Council approved a future agenda item to consider an ordinance prohibiting the use of city-owned and city-controlled property for federal immigration enforcement operations. The agenda item was prompted by concerns that federal immigration activities may utilize local government property for staging, surveillance, or operational purposes, undermining public trust in Pinole, which is home to residents of diverse backgrounds, including a significant immigrant immigrant population. Next slide. Want to provide some background on what's going on here in the region and throughout the Bay Area. On October 21st of this year, the Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors directed their staff to prepare an ordinance restricting the use of county-owned property for civil immigration enforcement and to develop signage informing the public such activities are prohibited on county property. The city of Berkeley, Richmond, San Francisco, and other jurisdictions in the Bay Area have also adopted or proposed the adoption of either sanctuaries, city, or other types of ordinances directing the non-cooperation policies, limiting the use of local property and resources to support federal immigration enforcement. Next slide. So informed by some of the best practices of other cities, although there isn't a lot out there, we have prepared the proposed ordinance for your consideration this evening. The ordinance would add Chapter 2.68 to Title II of the Pinole Municipal Code. The ordinance would prohibit the use of city-owned and city-controlled properties for civil immigration enforcement, which is defined as investigations, detention, arrest, surveillance, monitoring, questioning, information gathering, or operational activity undertaken for the primary purpose of enforcing federal civil immigration laws, including actions by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement or U.S. Customs and Border Protection. End quote. The legal authority for this action lies in the city's traditional police powers and its proprietary authority to control the use of its land, buildings, and facilities. Next slide. The ordinance only applies to city-owned and controlled properties. So this is not a prohibition on any kind of federal immigration enforcement activities in the city of Pinole more broadly. It only relates to those properties that are owned by and controlled by the city. Some examples of those are Bayfront Park, Fernandez Park, Luis Francis Park, Meadow Park. So all the parks within the city, the senior center, the youth center, the water pollution control plant, the Faria House, City Hall. The graphic here, it's actually this is a virtual model that you could actually click on and identify the different locations within Pinole that are city-owned or city-controlled properties. This was a tool that was developed that we could hopefully make available to the public if interested, but that's just, that's exactly what that is. So the highlighted properties are those properties that are either owned or controlled by the city of Pinole. Next slide. Okay, so the proposed ordinance and what are the requirements? So under the proposed ordinance, the city-owned or controlled properties may not be used for, as mentioned, staging federal immigration enforcement operations, processing or interviewing individuals for civil immigration purposes, surveillance or monitoring of related immigration enforcement, operational basis for enforcement activities. The ordinance would not apply in situations where a valid judicial warrant or court order is in place. So that's very important. We absolutely will comply with any judicial order. If there is a valid warrant that is issued, we will absolutely coordinate and comply with those. This is just for anything that is not, obviously directed by a court or, under a valid warrant. Those this prohibition would apply. The ordinance provides direction to the city manager in consultation with the city attorney to develop the necessary administrative procedures and trainings to ensure implementation of the ordinance. So there would be the need to provide some direction to staff, some guidance on how this ordinance would be enforced, and the chief will provide some further clarity and direction on that. Next slide. Okay, so I'll turn it over to the chief for this one.
Thank you. So this slide talks about what the typical process is and the coordination has been historically between federal law enforcement and local law enforcement. So under normal circumstances, outside law enforcement agencies generally provide, they notify jurisdictions that they're going into just out of out of respect that we are going to be in your jurisdiction and we are performing some sort of activity. So oftentimes that comes to dispatch by an outside agency, whether it's another local law enforcement agency or a federal agency. We have officers that are going to be in the area. They may be driving these vehicles just as a courtesy to the local jurisdiction. If this was the case currently, where the immigration agents notified the local law enforcement through dispatch, it would give us an opportunity where we could advise them of this ordinance and let them know what the conditions of the ordinance are. However, we are unsure if that communication will exist between the federal agents and local law enforcement agencies. So although this is what's been done historically, it's unknown if that courtesy call would come to local law enforcement first. But if so, again, that would give us an opportunity to advise them of an ordinance. And then just another note on that slide, there are some federal task forces that are non-immigration related currently in Contra Costa County. The Pinole Police Department is not participating currently in any of those task forces, but they do exist in the county. And so some examples, there's a U.S. Marshals Task Force, there is an FBI Safe Streets Task Force, and there is a task force called ICAC, Internet Crimes Against Children. Those task forces involve not only local law enforcement agencies, but federal agents as well. But again, they're for non-immigration activities. And in fact, those task forces are required to report annually whether any activities are immigration related, and that's part of the California Truth Act. So again, Pinole is not part of those. However, those task forces are happening currently in the county, and I would anticipate with other local law enforcement agencies involved that we would receive those notifications if they were to come into the area. So that's just giving a little bit of historical context to that coordination and cooperation. Next slide, please. So if the ordinance is approved, the enforcement component of it so far is untested. Locally and I think even nationally with other cities that have approved ordinances. As the city attorney mentioned, one of the first and primary things we will need to do is provide training to not only our police officers but also our dispatchers to advise them what the ordinances is and also the properties within the city that are either owned or controlled by the city of Pinole. So we would need to talk about the affected properties so that if there was an incident, early morning hours or sometime out of our regular business hours, that either dispatch and or our officers would be able to make that call as to whether that property is actually a city-owned property. And as the city attorney said, this ordinance would not apply to any judicial warrant. So anytime there is a court-ordered action, then our officers would not advise the immigration agencies of that ordinance. It wouldn't apply in this particular case. But if they do become aware that there are agents on our city-owned or controlled property, the first step would be for our staff, our officers, to notify them of the ordinance and the conditions of the ordinance. Requesting compliance would be ideal, what we would be trying to do. And then if they're not complying, then we have to look at what the steps of noncompliance are. And again, since this is untested waters, at that point, the main objective of our officers would be to notify any kind of violations up through the city manager, the city attorney, so that we can ultimately, with council's input, decide what those next steps are going to be. in cases where immigration agents might be coming and staging on an operation, likely they will have a number of agents that will far exceed our number of officers. And what we are not looking for is any type of actual confrontation between our police officers and federal agents, but we can notify, advise them, and then report any violations from there.
Thank you, Chief. And I'll just add one point on non-compliance. So if we did receive notice that there was, a federal immigration enforcement action, a staging taking place at Fernandez Park, for example, as the Chief mentioned, the intent would not be to try to intervene or to stop that in any way. We would have the ability under this ordinance, however, to file an injunction, for example, in the civil court to try to enforce this local law that we would have in place. A court can issue an order. It's just a court order. Sometimes those are complied with, sometimes they're not. But that's the direction we would likely go in. The plan would not be to, in any way, kind of physical intervention or anything like that. That's not what's anticipated here. Next slide. So the staff recommendation is this is an ordinance, so this is a public hearing, and the staff recommendation is to introduce this ordinance, which would add Chapter 2.8 to Title II of the Pinole Municipal Code, restricting the use of city-owned and city-controlled property for federal civil immigration enforcement activities. If this is approved on first reading, this would come back to the City Council on a second reading on December 16th, our next City Council meeting. We are available to answer any questions that the council may have, or public. So thank you.
Thank you both for your presentation. We'll go to questions from council first. We'll go to Mayor Pro Tem if you have any questions.
Yeah, I just, so I know this ordinance would just, I guess my question is, how would we react if something were to happen, like this on public property? I'm thinking back to the Dodger Stadium situation where they pretty much asked everybody, I guess they were staging in the parking lot, and then there was this, can you not be on our property, right? And there was, I guess, a level of compliance there. But obviously, it's a Dodger Stadium. Season I think a season was either starting or something like that, where it was kind of like, we're going to lose a lot of money. So there was pretty much a case to be made that, hey, look, you're interrupting our business. For a public agency, what does that look like? And I guess, how would that interaction go on? I know we said that this is not tested, and I mean, would we monitor? Would we, have officers with body cameras try to understand what's going on? How would we be, as a city, being responsible for making sure we're monitoring this, or what actions would actually be taken?
Well, I think if we become aware of an activity that's going to take place, whether it's being notified by federal agents or, gathering some information about it, ideally we provide the information back to those agents before it even happens or as it's happening, and advise them of the ordinance and ask for compliance. As you said, if that compliance does not happen, or if it continues to be an ongoing issue, then that's where we will need to look at what other options that we have at that time.
And through the chair, if I may, I should also mention, these things are very fast moving, but if we were to bring a formal, like an injunction, to enforce our ordinance, it's something that as the city attorney, I'd be seeking direction from the council before doing something like that. So, hopefully it could, if it means scheduling a special meeting, we could do that to convene a closed session to provide, so the council can provide some direction on how to proceed on something like that. But that's, from a practical standpoint, that's how I would handle that. I wouldn't unilaterally just move in that direction unless there's some clear directives from the council, but there is the ability to convene a closed session to seek some guidance and direction on that as well.
Right. Thank you. We'll go to Councilmember Martinez-Rubin first. If you have any questions, let's go down the line.
Thank you. To protect and to serve, I think that's still a motto that exists in law enforcement. And I think that because it has existed for a long time, is something that moves any one of us to consider that a police person will be there to protect, no matter what. City attorney used the term cannot intervene or would not intervene. Some people might consider that the lack of intervention is a lack of protection. Can either of you elaborate on that distinction and why we would, even though there's a model and principles to protect and serve, what is it that outweighs that in a circumstance where you have, I can think of, actually, you mentioned this, a number of other law enforcers, if you will, federal level in this case, with a different goal?
To what I mentioned earlier, there is a high likelihood if there was a staging of immigration agents in our city, they would likely outnumber our officers. And that's a balance that we have to maintain. And yes, protect and serve is definitely the mission of our officers. But at the same time, we have to balance their well-being, the public's well-being at that time. And in this case, this might lead to more of an administrative type of action. If there is a violation of the ordinance, then we move forward with an administrative type of action rather than, I hope the last thing that any of us are really looking to see is a physical confrontation between our local our Pinole police officers and federal agents, because I don't think that, unless a crime is being committed, I do not believe that reflects at all what we are trying to accomplish here. So, we're hoping that, and again, this is very untested, and the enforcement side particularly is untested. We are hoping that by designating these areas within the city that we decide through an ordinance that council approves, these particular actions cannot occur. We hope that if we have any information ahead of time or even as it's happening and we notify those agents, that we can deter them and ask for compliance at that point.
And through the chair, just to add and agree with everything the chief just mentioned, my comment about not wanting to intervene, it's really just to highlight the fact that we wouldn't want to engage in any physical altercations, obviously. The purpose of having an ordinance in place, it's a law. It's a local law. And so we would request compliance. We would request adherence and, and honoring our local law that we put in place. There are other locations within the city of Pinole, private properties and otherwise, where these activities could take place. This is really just the city saying that we do not want this to occur on city-owned and controlled properties. But we would hope that there would be compliance when we notify federal immigration enforcement of this local law. And if there isn't, then we would proceed to, administrative remedies, seek judicial, intervention in something like that.
Thank you both. I realize that this ordinance would apply only to city-owned properties. What recourse does the public have? Because in non-city-owned properties, these actions happening, we've seen that televised. It's the kind of event or activity that makes the news because it's so scandalous and scary. I've been asked whether I'm afraid of getting picked up. And my response confidently is no, but we never know, right? And so being, for the most part, during a week on non-city-owned properties, what recourse, even though this ordinance would exist, generally speaking perhaps, or maybe specifically if you have an answer, does a member of the public have with regard to protection of their person?
Yeah, so we as the city don't have the ability to regulate private property in the same way. So private property owners, a homeowner, for example, can choose what they decide to do on their own property and what they choose to allow. The rights of residents of the city, when faced with that type of an interaction with federal law enforcement, they're individual. So if they are being kind of detained or something wrongfully, then they would have a right of action, a cause of action against the federal government, essentially. And so those are kind of personal, individual rights, depending on their station in life and who they are. But that it would be an individual right of action. It wouldn't be anything that we as the city would be able to intervene in.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Councilor Murphy.
Yeah, I just had one question. Thank you, Mayor. Given the series of events that are happening in our country right now, but also this particular ordinance, I'm wondering if it would make sense. We have not declared a state of emergency around the issue of, really the lack of civil rights that are the civil rights that are being attacked right now. And I'm just wondering, given the ordinance language, especially around like the training, the development of trainings, the development of those procedures, would it make sense for us to also align a state of emergency with the passing of the ordinance at the next meeting? Does that give us any additional jurisdiction opportunities?
For the purpose of this ordinance and what we're hoping to achieve, just creating this prohibition on city-owned and controlled properties, I don't think that would be necessary at this time. I think the chief and I could certainly coordinate training in any kind of any training that would be needed for city staff, identifying properties and the like. I think similar to how this issue came up initially in the request for future agenda item, I think the council is going to be nimble and want to bring things forward, and we as staff are happy to bring items forward on an as-needed basis. But for this particular item and what we're hoping to achieve or what is intended with the ordinance, I don't think that would be necessary.
All right, thank you. That's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Toms.
Yes. Okay. Would a city ordinance be enforceable to the federal government? I mean, one government agency to another. Is it even enforceable?
So that's a good question. It's a bit of an open question, and I think the chief spoke to how this is somewhat untested. There is definitely a separation of powers and local authority that exists. Cities have their own authority, and especially as it relates to its own property. There are just property rights. There are, it's the police powers that are provided to cities under the Constitution. So there is authority that exists. I think the challenge is compliance, right? And I think that we don't know, but there is law to support this type of an action because these are city-owned properties that we control, and it's kind of under the police powers under the Constitution.
Okay, and then you mentioned that Santa Clara County directed staff to prepare an ordinance, but it hasn't been adopted. Berkeley, Richmond, San Francisco have either adopted or proposed. Do you know if any of those have been tested?
I don't believe so. I think a couple of the cities, I think San Francisco, Berkeley, Oakland, they have sanctuary city policies that already kind of include these types of prohibitions on the use of public property. So some of those are already in existence. I think the city council in Berkeley did direct the staff to move forward with an ordinance in addition to the sanctuary city policies. At last check, and we reached out to our colleagues in some of these cities, I don't believe that's come forward to the council yet. So they don't have anything in place yet. I think in Santa Clara County, and I think maybe even San Jose, they might be a little bit further along, but I'm not sure the exact status of those right now.
Okay, and then also, right after the new administration started in January, I heard some discussion about limiting federal funds like our CDBG and home funds and transportation funds that might be restricted to sanctuary cities and cities like that. Do you know if any of those have been tested? If have any of those issues been resolved?
Tested, yes. Resolved, not as much. So San Francisco is a good example. They're a sanctuary city. They still receive millions of dollars in federal funds. They haven't, their funds haven't been clawed back yet. I will say, and I've had conversations with their city attorney, he spends pretty much his entire time in affirmative litigation against the federal government. So he's actively, pushing back against efforts to, strip grant funding and things like that. So there's, this is a very active kind of legal issue, this, the conflict between the federal and local governments. But cities, there are many sanctuary cities, there are other cities, the county, they're still receiving federal funds. This hasn't been an issue for them yet.
Okay, and then just the cost of testing this. If Pinole was brought forward as a test case, what would that look like as far as our legal costs?
So it depends on what form the test takes. If it means us having to enforce the ordinance and filing an injunction, for example, that's a relatively kind of short process. It's just one brief that gets filed in a relatively short order. Hearings are usually scheduled within 60 days, probably 30 days, given the sensitivity of timing. And that's probably, it's a short time frame. So we're talking 4 weeks probably total and maybe 10 hours of time. The challenge, or what you often see, is that decision of the Superior Court then gets challenged up to the Court of Appeals. So that's the kind of more expensive, longer drawn out legal challenge. That's something that obviously the council would be advising on. We discussed that in closed session. That's an option. We wouldn't have to pursue an appeal or defend an appeal. The council can make a decision on how to expend any legal resources related to a challenge, or to just not, defend or challenge, an outcome.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I just want to thank my colleagues for the thoughtful questions around enforceability. I know, City Attorney, we've went back and forth on what that might look like, as well as Chief. And I know that you mentioned, this kind of thing is untested. These things will be tested, though, in the next year. I know around specifically 2 different state laws. One is something Bill 49, so restricting ICE access to schools and daycare facilities, and another one is also restricting access to healthcare facilities as well. And those laws will go into effect quite soon. And so I also know in the county, I spoke to Supervisor Joy about this as well, and I know that there are some policies that have been passed at the Board of Supervisors level here in Contra Costa County, restricting ICE access to certain facilities. So I just wanted to just ask from both of you. I know at the county level you'll have expertise there and be able to share exactly what you've heard in terms of how staff and maybe the sheriff's office has been responsive to those policies, as well as what you expect local law enforcement and how they are prepared to intervene if it comes down to ICE really not following the state law next year in those different facilities.
I have not had any specific conversations with anyone at the sheriff's office recently about their plan for enforcement and training on that matter. I can certainly reach out and provide that information back to council if that is requested.
And just through the chair, if a state law is passed restricting those types of activities in a school, for example, or a healthcare facility, and we were enforcing state law, we would then have the protection of state law. We wouldn't be on our own in that case. The state attorney general's office would step in. They would defend that, any kind of violation of state law. So that's something that it would be a little bit different. This is obviously a local law. It would be our own ordinance. We're kind of on our own in that regard. But if a state law is passed, then the state attorney general would be involved in that as well.
And the enforcement side of that would still look the same. Say if federal immigration enforcement does not follow the new laws around safe havens for schools and daycare facilities in City Pinole, and that's something that is not honored. Enforceability would not be physical enforcement, right? It would be more of the state stepping in at that point in time.
I believe so.
I think practically too. I think one question I have is this is not just I think on the practical level about PD's response in these situations, but it's also, I know you mentioned a few facilities here, parks, youth center, senior center, city hall. How do you envision staff to be trained, non-PD staff to be trained to respond to these types of calls and situations?
I'll just quickly mention, and then I'll defer to the chief, but I think it's requesting compliance is the main focus. So it's making sure the staff is aware of the ordinance, they're aware of how it applies, when it applies, and then having some conversations around engaging with federal immigration officers if they are present on city property and requesting compliance. I think that's really what we're going to focus on, and making sure that everyone understands what properties this applies to and how to engage in those discussions to, again, request compliance.
Thank you. I know Councilmember Murphy, you have
Yeah. I actually, Councilmember Tom's helped me remember a question. I wanted to know, at the National League of Cities Summit, we had a actually robust discussion and ended up passing a resolution. The resolution's name was Advancing Federal Immigration Policy to Empower Economic Growth Across Key Industries, including agriculture, construction, hospitality, healthcare, technology, science, and entrepreneurship. This is the first time the National League of Cities has passed that resolution. And one of the therefore be it resolved clauses talks about the impacts, the economic and public safety impacts of increased federal immigration enforcement on public spaces. So, I think it's really, there was so much that we discussed at the National League of Cities, but this was definitely a topic of the General Assembly. And so, Councilmember Toms, you made me think about the question of economic impacts, right? I think a lot of the time we assume, with these things, that these things haven't happened. Let's be clear that that events like this have happened in the United States in particular. And with that, there already are economic impacts to these things happening in our country. I'm wondering if staff has an idea on the economic impacts of how federal immigration has impacted our city already. And if you don't have an idea about it, is there a way that we can understand that better? Because this is a directive of our our federal organization, National League of Cities. It's certainly something that they are asking Congress and the administration to address. But I'm just wondering if you all have an idea as to what I'm seeing, at least in the news, is that, with or without, this being tested, officers of cities are going to those enforcement activity grounds, and that money is being spent no matter what. So with or without this, I say it's probably better to have this. As you mentioned, it's a conversation of coordination. But again, I'm imagining that if this were to happen, if federal immigration activities on our city property happen, that we would be utilizing our resources anyway. Is that correct?
And just so I understand your question correctly, you're asking if immigration activities are occurring regardless of this ordinance, that the city would be expending resources?
Would we? I'm asking more so than.
I think it depends on what those activities are.
Okay.
Historically, we have had some questions about reported sightings of immigration agents, and we have used some staff time and resources in order to try to either confirm whether those sightings are correct. So in that regard, yes, we have already expended resources, limited, but we have expended resources in that.
Gotcha. Yeah, and it's a question, I think, I don't know if we're going to have that answer now, but the question is, it almost is a question of inaction, right? It's, if we don't pass this, how are we still expending resources on essentially the same broken approaches of our federal government as it relates to civil immigration activities? So, it just made me think about that. But I did want to know, again, the National League of Cities is pushing for more work on these type of issues. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I know Councilor Toms brought up a great question about impacts of federal funding, and I know that's something that we had considered heavily when we passed our resolution in the beginning of the year around compliance with our state sanctuary laws. I think on that topic, we've had some discussions of many cities being confronted with federal funds not being given to us via grants because of some requirements that have been brought forward as part of those grants. I know one was DHS. Several federal agencies who give grants are asking cities to comply with executive orders, not just those that have been signed, but also all those that will be signed without even knowing what those EOs are. And so I just wanted to ask if you can share a little bit more about those discussions and what we've been seeing in terms of federal funding that's being questioned as it relates to our compliance with those type of things.
Yeah, there's kind of two issues there. One is we are obviously interested in securing federal funding, right, for projects and other things. And so now, in order to do so, there is a requirement that you comply with and you agree to comply with all of the existing executive orders and then, any future executive orders. So that presents a question for any agency that's interested in securing federal funding. Are you willing to comply with all of those executive orders? So that's kind of one piece. And then the second and related question is, to what extent do certain actions like this create some potential for, federal funds being clawed back or the loss of federal funds? I think there was a big fear of that amongst agencies, at least initially several months ago. I think what we've seen, and there's examples throughout the region, there hasn't been, there's been threats, and there have maybe some individual agencies that have experienced that, but there hasn't been the kind of broad, sweeping kind of removal and clawing back of federal funds. And there are cities that are full-on sanctuary cities and haven't experienced that. So it's not to say that it can't happen or it wouldn't happen. So we should be very clear about that. But it's not, we're monitoring that. It's a moving target.
Thank you. I just want to double check if there's any other questions of council at this time.
No questions.
All right. We're going to go to public comment. City Clerk, go ahead with that.
Yes, thank you. Kathy McFarland, Rafael Menez, and Bob Kopp.
Hi, this is very brief. So we need to honor our local law.
I'm going to ask you to please talk into the microphone. Thank you.
We need to honor our local law. We need to honor our county law. We need to honor our state law. We need to honor our federal law, which each law may be something different. If I literally stand over here, I get arrested, but if I stand over here, you can't touch me. I mean, that's basically, you're putting a line between city and private. That doesn't make much sense because all they have to do is just step over here.
May I ask you to speak into the microphone so that those at home can hear you and for the record? Thank you.
Okay, so literally where I'm standing will make a difference of how I'm treated, period. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, and we'll move to Mr. Menace.
Good evening. I'd like to speak in support of this ordinance, even though it won't do as much as many of us might hope to protect our residents from the, I think it's fair to say, arbitrary and capricious actions of federal immigration enforcement agents, because I wanted to highlight in particular the surveillance clause in the ordinance under section 2, chapter 2.68, 2.68.020 definitions. And it discusses where surveillance means observing, recording, monitoring, or collecting information about individuals for civil immigration enforcement purposes, including through cameras, license plate readers, drones, or other technologies. So it's my understanding, based on the text of the ordinance, that if this ordinance is not passed, that federal agents could, through an administrative warrant or other civil procedure, basically compel the city to hand over information from its camera systems, from its license plate readers, from any drone operations that it chooses to undertake. And the city would have no power to object to this, even though it's effectively commandeering local resources for federal purposes. And I would also note that a lot of people's assumptions about immigration enforcement, even now, are that, they'll act in a civil matter. But we've seen the videos of ICE agents deliberately going out of their way to appear masked without identification, using, frankly, weapons of disruption to cause as much disorientation and disruption as they possibly can to instill, frankly, terror as their primary objective, not just to pick up the people they're there to try and grab, but to try and strike fear into communities. And I think that that fundamentally is not what government is about, and that the city of Pinole should not take part in these tactics of fear and terror, and that to the extent that city property is used to implement those tactics, that we should at the very least be able to say, no, you're not doing this in our name, we don't want you to do this, we're going to undertake a legal process to require it to stop. I'm not happy that apparently it would take up to 30 days for any action to actually occur, but apparently that's the limitations of the processes the city can actually undertake. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment, please.
Yes, Bob Kopp, followed by Gabriel Sandoval and Ann Moriarty.
Yeah, I'm against us going to sanctuary city, and I'll tell you why. Think of every sanctuary city in the United States. Where have the criminals go to get away from as many law enforcement people as possible? There's a haven for them. It's happened. Look how Oakland has changed so bad over the years. They're a sanctuary city. And we don't have the law enforcement. If they come in, we don't even have enough law enforcement to protect the city of Pinole right now because we don't pay enough to keep officers here in Pinole. We had one of our officers apparently got beat up pretty bad the other day. She couldn't get the backup that they needed for her at the right time to really help her out. So now you want to stir up something with the federal government. And if they come into town, we have 2 officers on duty all day long, and they come in, where are you going to get the people to keep an eye on what the federal government's doing? They're not going to do what they want to do. They don't really care what you put on as an ordinance. And if you give them a lot of trouble and you want to go to court and that, we cannot afford, as the city of Pinole, to have our city attorney fight for whatever it is. We do not have that kind of funds. So if you want to invite the criminals to come here, put us up as a sanctuary city, and you just look at it. You can look at me funny on that, but just look at all the big cities that went that way. That's where the criminals will go if stuff goes bad. Okay, we don't have to go very far. We can go to Pinole. And I don't want to see our cops have to get into fights with these guys, and I don't want to see them have any kind of problems with the federal government. And I can't see that doing this will do anything to help the city of Pinole. Like they said, you tick them off and get them really mad enough with some of these things, they can pull money from us. And if the right person gets the right information back to D.C., that can happen real fast. And I don't think that we need that. And I don't want to see our officers, the few that we have, get into any kind of situation that they're going to get hurt. And that could happen because you get one of these guys that's, been fighting these guys for months and months in these different cities. He might actually lose it. And I don't want my guys out here. I want them protecting us, our people. And we don't need to get involved into something that we don't need to get involved with. So I don't think we should go becoming a sanctuary city or passing this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment, please.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Gabe Sandoval. I'm a Pinole resident, and I'm also here on behalf of State Senator Jesse Araguin. We, the senators, in strong support of this ordinance and resolution, and so am I as a Pinole resident. We've seen the chaos and disorderly and all the violence caused by immigration enforcement and the inhumane treatment during these enforcement activities as well. And while the city is limited in kind of its ability, this is a very good action to protect our residents and to make our community feel safe and supported. And to be quite honest, I don't necessarily think that a government agency like ICE is welcome in Pinole, to be quite honest. And this kind of treatment of immigrant communities and our refugee communities just needs to be outright condemned. I don't think that history will be very kind to those that don't step up to in this kind of injustice. And I kind of a little bit more about like SB 54, the state sanctuary law. If someone does commit a violent crime, they can be arrested and handed over to ICE. There's already process for people that commit violent crimes. And also the ordinance itself also has a portion of it that, it allows for a process for this, not just raids, not just chaos. If there's a warrant, that's much more different than if it's just like showing up and kidnapping people. And also to the point about federal funding, I think that, I don't think that should be something that should be considered, because I think that the city will probably lose the funding anyways just for being in a blue state. We've seen other communities have their grants pulled, and these aren't necessarily communities that are sanctuary cities or counties. Another example is Contra Costa County in North Richmond had a EPA grant pulled. From my understanding, it doesn't really matter. The federal government is cutting funding anyways, so their cities and counties and our communities will be hit hard anyways. So I respectfully urge the City Council to pass this ordinance and go even further. We have seen specifically how to go further is information sharing. So information sharing, specifically like license plate reader information, or having a stronger protection for those, specifically like the police department, to go even a step further, prohibit information sharing with federal agencies. And thank you for the council for bringing this up, and thank you.
Thank you. Next comment, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and public. I'm in support of this ordinance, and I appreciate you bringing it up. We're a community, and a community brings in all parts. It brings in the government part, it brings in organizational parts, it brings in law enforcement, and all of that works together to protect the weakest of us and the most vulnerable. And hopefully, we'd like to put our heads in the sand and think this couldn't happen in Pinole. But if we're not prepared for it, then when it does happen, if it does, then we have no recourse. So I appreciate the comments that were just made, and referencing especially SB 54. Immigrants are not criminals. We're not inviting criminals into Pinole by passing this ordinance. And so serving and protecting, looking out for our people. I remember when we first interviewed you, that was a very strong concern we had coming from the Sheriff's Department. So thank you, Police Chief, for being here and for being prepared to address these issues. I would hope for a stronger response. Just because it's very personal for us. And seeing that we do need to work together, everyone has to do their part. And this ordinance is one part that the city council can do. So, thank you.
Thank you for your comment. City Clerk, next few comments, please.
Yes, Peter Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. I wasn't going to speak on this tonight, but, I don't know what everybody's looking at, but I know what I see. And I see when you get involved in this, this is a red or blue issue, really. I mean, that's how everything falls out on this. It's Republican or Democrat, and we don't deserve that. We just deserve to be Pinole, and you need to take care of Pinole. What got me rolling here on this was that, I'm sorry, but the comment about should we declare a state of emergency? And that's ridiculous, because I don't know of any problem here in town that's occurring like that. Pinole isn't that kind of town to begin with. So, why would it be necessary to declare a state of emergency just so you can implement this? I'm thinking, when I was sitting there, I'm going like, well, why don't they do like Mayor Lurie does over in San Francisco? Talk to them and negotiate if it's an issue and get it all straightened out ahead of time before you get into a crisis, so you know what everybody's doing when they come into the city. And if something's going down on city property, down at the park down here, something perverted or whatever, and somehow they get wind of it and they get called, they come in with the forces to deal with it. When you heard earlier tonight, and I talked to the representative from the police department, we can't handle a lot of the things that are going on here. And don't look at the police chief. That's the own staff. You heard it earlier tonight too. We're in a tough situation here. Somebody gets hurt, we're undermanned automatically. So I'm saying, why get involved with this to begin with? And I'll end my comments on that.
Thank you. Next comment, please.
Irma Report.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and public. Yes, this ordinance, yes, approve it. We need this, very important. By the way, we're all immigrants, remember? Don't forget. All of us are not born, raised in this country. Some have. But if you look at your ancestors, go get yourself a DNA test. You'd be surprised where you came from. So my thing is, Mayor and Council, this ordinance is so important. I want it advertised. I want it communicated to everybody in Pinole. I want it signs up in every public place to let them know that we have an ordinance in the city. And put a phone number on that ordinance too, in case something comes up. Yes, don't get our police department between this. I understand they're individuals, they're human beings just like all of us. We don't want to get hurt. However, they can stand aside, and you know what? All I'm trying to say is we all owe something to this ownership. Do something about it. It's out at nationally level. It's hurting every one of us in every neighborhood, every place that you go to. And they're in picking up people that are citizens. I know. We've been called by some of our friends that have been picked up. And I'll tell you something. It's not right. They're citizens from this country. So all I'm saying is, if you don't believe in this, then my golly, I guess, you might be very, very righteous because it's not going to happen to you. But when it happens to you, guess what? This was passed because we have some protection. And we know that a lot of things out nationally are happening every day. Every day is going to be tested. I know our interim city manager and chief, yes, we're going to be tested. But let's all get some training and figure out what we can and can't do and what we should and shouldn't do. And like you say, the process is we do have the laws behind us. We have the rights on us. And yes, let's file these grievances. And if it costs money, that's right of protection that we have, that's what we're paying for, our freedom to live here. And don't forget that we are all immigrants. Thank you, Mayor. Pass it.
Thank you. Next comment, please.
Maria Alegria.
Hello, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council and honorable guests in the audience and those at home. Thank you for placing this ordinance restricting the use of city-owned or city-controlled property for federal civil immigration enforcement activities. I strongly urge your support. As local elected leaders, your primary responsibility is to ensure the health, safety, and well-being of those who live, work, go to school, shop, and visit our beautiful city, Pinole. Our cities are being bombarded by the invasion of ICE agents who are stopping at nothing to violate our basic constitutional rights and protections. This is the most racist immigration enforcement by ICE that I have personally witnessed in my life as a resident of West County and Pinole. ICE is clearly targeting people who look like me, a woman of Mexican descent, whose family were immigrants from Mexico. Since the 40s, when my family came to Richmond, the immigration policy was known as the Family Reunification Act. Now ICE is destroying families and communities where immigrants and their families live, work, and go to school. This is unacceptable. I'm proud that the school my granddaughter attends, Ellerhurst, is a safe haven for her and her classmates. They clearly state that ICE is not allowed on the school premises. Similarly, Contra Costa County has similar policies in place. We need bold leadership in these dark times. Please stand united to protect our democracy and human decency in our city. Adopt the ICE-free zone ordinance to protect public safety, ensure community members feel safe accessing city services and facilities, and prevent voluntary use of city resources to support federal civil immigration enforcement. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you for the comment, and please, all right, and we'll go to next comment, please, City Clerk, if you can let us know who that is.
There are no more public comments.
All right, thank you. Before going back to question or comments of the council at this point, I want to get some clarification on some of the questions asked in public comment. There's one on surveillance. I think, City Attorney, if you've taken note of that. Mr. Menace had pointed out a section in this ordinance that relates to surveillance and I think federal immigration enforcement having access to footage and equipment that we have.
Yes, through the chair. So two separate issues. So the ordinance would prohibit surveillance on city property. So the use of like federal law enforcement using a drone or using surveillance equipment on city property. If there was a request of the city for our own police department's body camera footage or something, it would likely be because it's evidence for some sort of a federal investigation or crime, that would likely be accompanied by a warrant, a search warrant or some sort of an order, and that would not be prohibited under this ordinance. So again, there's the carve out for search warrants or for judicial orders. So we would absolutely comply with that, even if it means us sharing information that we have and evidence that we might have. But those would come in response to a judicial order or some sort of a formal warrant, and that's not what's covered under the surveillance section.
Thank you. In terms of info sharing, that's something that's already covered in our sanctuary state laws, correct? So just from state law, we can't provide data to federal immigration enforcement unless there is a risk of public safety, as well as probably the judicial warrants and other documentation that they would need to request information. Is that correct?
I believe so. I am not, I don't know if the chief may know, I'm not, I don't have every aspect of SB 54 covered, but I believe that's the case. Certainly as it relates to judicial warrants or anything like that.
Thank you. I know there's a slide here mentioning cities that have considered this. I know Santa Clara County has not yet received that item. Berkeley, San Francisco, and Oakland, I think, were mentioned as having sanctuary city policies. So just want to clarify that the ordinance that we're considering tonight is not a sanctuary city policy. And if that is the case, what is the difference for those in the public who are wondering?
Thank you, Mayor. Good question. So this would not, adoption or approval of this ordinance would not make Panola sanctuary city. That's not what this is. That is a kind of a separate and different and distinct action. The city of Oakland, Berkeley, San Francisco, as you've mentioned, they have taken, a different step to become a sanctuary city, really being a safe haven for immigrants and the immigrant community. This is really specific. It's very narrowly tailored to only apply to city property that is, city-owned and controlled properties as it relates to civil federal immigration enforcement actions. So it's really narrow in that regard. So this does not make Panola a sanctuary city. This is not a sanctuary city policy kind of action.
Great, thank you. Just want to ask those clarifying questions and thank you and your office, and I know Chief, we've had discussions about this for their collaboration over the past few months on this subject. Also, I just want to thank everybody in the public who came in for public comment, as well as I know that Senator Araguin's office had expressed support for this ordinance, as well as Assemblymember Buffy Wicks issued a formal letter. I'm not sure that made it to the public comment in our packet, but that was emailed to all of us in the council that her office is supporting this formally. One thing I'll say about this, I know it's a question of has this happened in the city of Pinole yet? And what warrants this? I think we should be proactive in things like this. I know the first time this came into my mind was when we were under threat of having the National Guard deployed to the San Francisco Bay Area and having ICE enforce within a radius of the San Francisco Bay Area. And while those actions did not happen, that deployment was canceled, I did hear from our residents in terms of their fear. I know there was one public comment that is in our agenda packet. It's listed there. She's an educator with the West Contra Costa Unified School District, and she has expressed that students in West County have been very concerned, families have been very concerned around going to school, going to these places that should be safe havens, and having a risk of being arrested. And it's not just those who are undocumented or those who are here legally, but we're seeing repeatedly that there are instances, countless incidences in the United States and California of folks who are being detained and arrested and having documentation. So this is a question around making sure folks have due process in this country. We have to uphold that. One particular part of this ordinance outlines that on prohibited uses of city property, that it is unless required by a valid judicial warrant or court order. So what we're really asking here is for federal immigration enforcement to carry out their duties in a lawful manner, and should they have a reason to gain access to our city facilities, and they have that documentation, a judicial warrant signed by a judge, they may still do that. And so this, again, is just really asking federal immigration enforcement to do their jobs lawfully. And again, we will be tested over the next year to see how this goes. Many cities around California will be tested in the same way. And I would just request the support of my colleagues here for this ordinance. I want to pass it over to my colleagues for any other comments they have on this. And Councilor Thoms.
Yeah, thank you. I want to thank the folks from the public that came out and spoke. This is something that, I'm looking at, both sides of this issue. On the negative side, I'm looking at, is there really a need? Is there a need for us to risk federal funding, by, an administration that is deeply unfair and I'm also questioning that the timing concerns me, where, you have deeper pocket jurisdictions like, Berkeley, San Francisco, and Santa Clara that could test this, whereas Pinole would have a really hard time testing it. The other side of the argument is that this is very narrow, and it sends a very important message to our residents. I became aware of, you hear on the news about numerous people that have been detained by ICE, including people that have been here legally, that do their annual check-ins. There was a woman from El Sobrante that was arrested, detained, and then deported back to India. Her family is here, she's elderly, and it just, kind of brings back a really unfair system where this woman has been going through all of her regular check-ins and was here legally and then had to be deported. First, she was threatened with deportation to a country in Africa, and just absurd. But, this is a really hard decision because there's issues on both sides of this financially with the city, but I will be supporting it as I think it's an important message that we send to our residents.
Thank you. Any other comments from the council, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think we've had this discussion back when along the border, people were being put in cages, I want to say about 2018 to 19. And here we are having a discussion about people being kidnapped by masked individuals with ICE on their uniform or hoodie in some cases, and jackets. It's not even a uniformed individual at times. I just feel like there may be people out there saying, well, never in Pinole, right? But if you look at LA, that was a full-on disaster, in my opinion. And if somebody said, well, is it an emergency? Absolutely. I think this ordinance is a step. I think it's a fair step in the right direction to send a message to the residents of Pinole that their council is listening, that the oath we took matters to us, and that we're here to protect them. This ordinance doesn't go far enough, in my opinion, but I understand that there is some level of what we can and can't do. I just feel really disheartened that we're having this conversation just in general because of the state of where our country is, where somebody's rights, whether they're here or not, they're still a person on American soil and are afforded the right of due process. And just to even mention or hint at something like that isn't appropriate is just un-American, in my opinion. So I'll be supporting this, obviously. I do want to have more discussions about what it looks like if we were to have an incident, and then what would happen as far as council direction moving forward. And I think you guys clearly explained most of that, but as this thing is evolving, we really don't know what to expect. But I think this ordinance does send a message that in this city, we're going to take these issues and the issues of our citizens seriously. And I think a speaker mentioned the most vulnerable is who we protect. And I feel like that's something that has to be aligned somewhere. I think the state is trying to draw a heavy line as to what the federal government can and can't do. I know there's 40-something lawsuits that the state has filed against and growing against the federal government. And I think local government has to make sure we keep a very strong pulse on our community and their concerns. So I'll be supporting this ordinance.
Thank you. Any other comments from the council? If not, I'll just end with this, and just, I know taking temperature of this room, but also other rooms that are considering these types of protections for residents. It almost, for some, seems like a nuisance to be considering something like this. This is very personal to me, not only because I work for a nonprofit that serves vulnerable communities who are facing these issues, but also come from an immigrant family with a mom from the Philippines, but also a Japanese-American family who has been here in California since the early 1900s. And even though they were naturalized citizens, were still detained without due process, rounded up, and incarcerated in Tule Lake, California, for crimes they have not committed. Again, this is about due process, and this is something that we should take action on, we should set an example on, and I think we'll have a ripple effect across our region should we do this. So with that being said, I will move that we waive the first reading and introduce an ordinance adding Chapter 2.28 to Title 2 of the Pinole Municipal Code, restricting the use of city-owned or city-controlled property for federal civil immigration enforcement activities.
A second.
Thank you. Motion and second. Comments of the council? If not, City Clerk Bell Spears, please call roll.
Councilmember Toms. Yes. Councilmember Murphy.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin. Noting for the record that she's absent. Mayor Pro Tem Tave.
Yes.
Mayor Sassai.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. I know this will come back to council in the December 16th meeting, City Attorney, is that correct? For second read?
That's correct.
Gotcha. Should this pass on a second read of the ordinance, I also want to just get some guidance from you in terms of how this will be communicated to the public. I think the challenge here, a lot of the times when we pass local laws, is sometimes the community, the residents, don't know that those actions did happen. So I just want to ask from the city side, what is the communication plan around this, whether it's a press release or whether it's a direct communication to residents?
If I may, we can certainly include some information on a communication strategy in the staff report for the second read of the item. We'll discuss it at the staff level and come up with some suggestions and include that in the staff report for the council to consider.
Gotcha. That'd be perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
If there are no other comments or motions on this item, that will conclude item 10A. We'll now move on to item 12, which is a new business item. And let me get it loaded right here real quick. It is a discussion for process of establishing the office of elected mayor. So with that being said, I'll pass it back to you, City Attorney.
Great, thank you, Mayor, council, staff, and members of the public. Eric Casher, City Attorney. This evening I'll be presenting on providing an overview of the process for the establishment of an elected mayor here in the city of Pinole. Thank you for adding the slides, and we could go to the second slide. So this is really just a presentation on the process. So staff recommends the council just receive the presentation and then provide any direction to staff on next steps should the council choose to move forward with any. Next slide. So by way of background, on May 21st, the City Council approved Councilmember Murphy's request for a future agenda item and staff presentation on the process of establishing an elected mayor here in the City of Pinole. By way of background, and I think this is familiar to everyone, the City Council is comprised of 5 members who are elected at large to 4-year terms. The position of mayor is rotated annually as established by City Council resolution. And traditionally, the council member who receives the most votes in an election cycle is prioritized to serve as mayor under the council resolution. Next slide. I want to talk a little bit about the government code procedures for establishing an elected mayor. So the requirements for establishing an elected mayor, it requires that the position of elected mayor be established through a voter-approved ballot measure. So this is an item that would need to go to the voters for approval. The government code statute provides that any general municipal election, the city council may submit to the electors or the voters the following questions, and this is directly from the statute. Shall the electors elect a mayor and 4 city council members? Shall the term of office of mayor be 2 years? Shall the term of office of mayor be 4 years? So the government code provides that the electors, the voters, can decide to elect the position of mayor and can also select and decide on the term of mayor an elected mayor may serve. Next slide. So procedurally, how would this work? if a majority of the votes cast in an election where this ballot question is posed in favor of an elected mayor, one seat on the city council would be designated as the office of the mayor at the next general municipal election held in the city. So by way of example, if there was a ballot measure that went forward in November of next year and the voters decided to adopt an elected mayor format, at the next general election where 2 council seats would be up, the council would need to designate one of those seats as an elected mayor seat, and so it would proceed at the next regular election. To initiate the process of transitioning to an elected mayor, the city council must adopt a resolution calling for a measure to be added to the ballot of either the next general election, which would be in November 2026, or a special election, which may be consolidated with the statewide June primary. So there is a June primary coming up in this next year. Submission of the ballot measure to the county must occur at least 88 days prior to the election, and the ballot measure would then be published and filed with the county. Next slide. So I'm kind of doing a little math here. So if there was an interest in moving an item forward in the primary election that is on June 2nd, the ballot measure and ballot question would need to be submitted to the county 88 days prior to that primary election date. So that would be March 6th. And so there would need to be a formal action of the city council, a resolution adopted by the council to place the measure on the ballot sometime in February, essentially, in order to get it on the June primary. For the November election, November 3rd is the general election in 2026. 88 days prior would be August 7th. So if there was an interest in moving a measure forward for the November general election, the measure would need to be submitted to the county no later than August 7th. And so a resolution of the council would need to take place sometime in July. I mentioned these dates because there was some discussion at the council level about doing polling around some other potential ballot measures. For us to be able to put out an RFP for a polling consultant to do the polling, we probably couldn't do that for the June primary. We would have time to do that for the November election. Next slide. Okay, so the powers of the mayor. So an elected mayor is a member of the city council and has all of the powers and duties of a member of the city council, similar to what we currently have. For the most part, an elected mayor has the same powers as an appointed mayor. An appointed mayor has the powers and duties that include, presiding over city council meetings, administering oaths and affirmations, certifying affidavits and acknowledgement of documents, directing peace officers to attend public meetings and with a breach of peace, where a breach of peace may occur. These are just some examples. Those are the powers of our current appointed mayor. Next slide. Additionally, state law designates some additional powers that would be bestowed upon an elected mayor in a general law city, which we are. For example, an elected mayor may make appointments to boards, commissions, and committees subject to the approval of the council. Additionally, an elected mayor may collect a salary in addition to the salary established by or for city council members, and that would need to be approved by ordinance separately. Next slide. Wanted to talk briefly about the difference between an elected mayor and a strong mayor. So kind of what is the difference here? An elected mayor differs from a strong mayor in that a strong mayor is established by a city charter and holds similar executive powers to a city manager. Strong mayors typically hold veto power over ordinances and exercise control over budgets and appointments. That is not what is being discussed here. An elected mayor does not have those same powers or authority of a strong mayor, and strong mayor powers can only be established through a charter measure, not a traditional ballot measure establishing an elected mayor. So just to be clear, if there was an interest in proceeding with a ballot measure to ask the voters if they would be in support of electing the office of mayor, that would not establish a strong mayor. It would just establish the position of elected mayor. And again, it would have a very similar kind of powers of an appointed mayor. Next slide. Wanted to just provide just a general overview of some of the other cities in Contra Costa County that have elected mayors. Richmond, San Ramon, and Brentwood are the examples that I'm familiar with. There are obviously other cities outside of Contra Costa County that have elected mayors. Larger cities, San Francisco, Oakland, Sacramento, are other examples. Next slide. Fiscal impact. So the estimated cost to place the ballot measure on the 2026 ballot would be approximately $25,000. That would vary depending on June primary or November general election, but the rough estimate, it's approximately $25,000 to $30,000 for just the cost of the measure. There would be additional costs associated with staff time, any kind of consultants, legal associated with developing the ballot measure. But yeah, some of those costs would be unknown. Next slide. That concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions of the council.
Thank you, City Attorney. I'll get us started here. I know on the staff report, you mentioned some procedural requirements here, and requirements that we print certain language on the ballot if the measure should be presented. And a few of those questions include, shall the term of office of the mayor be 2 years? And there's a 4-year selection. There's 3 questions outlined here. Do all 3 questions, are we required to put all 3 on the ballot? Or do we select from certain questions here? Or what does that look like?
Yeah, so it's it doesn't have to be all 3. So you could just put a question to the voters to decide whether or not they want to have an elected mayor, and that the decision of term could be made later on, or that all of those questions can be put to the voters together. So they would be answering, one, do you want to have an elected mayor? And then the kind of related question, how long of a term would you want the elected mayor to serve? So you could bifurcate it and do just one question, and then come back and decide on the term later on.
When we say later on, you mean the city council determining the term of the mayorship?
It can, yeah, the city council can.
Okay. If we go ahead with presenting 2 of those questions, number 1, shall the electors elect the mayor and 4 city council members, and number 2, shall the term of office mayor be 2 years per se? How is that presented on a ballot? Is that spacing wise and just visually, how does it even look?
Yeah, so it would be 2 separate questions. So kind of, so it would be, yeah, on the ballot, it would be 2 separate questions, but it would probably, I'd want to kind of come back and provide you with more details on that if this were to move forward. But it's kind of you don't really get to the second question unless it's a yes on the first question. So they would be somewhat related. I'm not sure exactly how that would appear on the ballot. I'd have to take a look at to see how other agencies have done that.
Gotcha. Yeah. Thank you. I'll pass it along to other questions of council. Do we have any?
Just a quick question. I know the finance committee, or excuse me, the finance department is working on a polling or the RFP for the polling.
Yeah.
Do we have a timeline on that? For the I guess about the last conversation, which was about the special tax, the public.
Yeah, and I don't know if the finance director is on. We have discussed that at the department head level. It's in the works. I think we're pretty close to having that RFP go out to bring on that polling consultant, but I'm not sure exactly where we are in that process.
Okay, gotcha. I just wanted to know what type of alignment we can create through those 2, if we did move forward with this item, how we can create alignment with those polling opportunities.
Yeah, just through the chair. At the staff level, we have discussed if this were to move forward, that's certainly, we could add this question to one of the questions that's asked by a polling consultant, for sure.
Thank you.
Right, other questions of the council? If any other questions, we'll take public comment. City clerk.
Yes, thank you. We have quite a few comments. Kent Moriarty, Ann Moriarty, Rafael Menez, and Peter Murray.
And the downside of an elected mayor, I don't really see any benefit. there's a financial cost, obviously. The $25,000 estimate for the ballot measure, and then unknown legal costs, staff time, consultants, and then potential additional pay for an elected mayor. So it's some unknown amount. We don't know what the total would be. Another cost I see is less representation. I feel that there's a benefit to each council member rotating into the mayor position. I think each council member is voted into position by the residents, and so when the mayor role is rotated, those votes are better represented, I think. It feels like we're spending time here and resources discussing spending money to solve a problem that doesn't really exist. I don't see any benefit except maybe to the mayor who gets more power. And to me, that seems to be kind of the crux of it. It makes me uncomfortable that we're discussing spending money for a change that would result in giving one council member more power. And at the same time, we're actually spending lots of money as a result of the two recent city managers that appear to have been pushed out by council. There was very little transparency, but I see those city managers being pushed out as being motivated by some council members seeking more power. The cost to the city for Andrew Murray's departure, according to the public records request I got from the city, was $301,228. The cost to the city for Kelsey Young's departure are unknown, but I imagine they'll be similar. So from my perspective, overall, pursuing the role of an elected mayor is really bad optics. Thanks.
Thank you for your comment.
It's hard to come to this after we've had a really great discussion. But regardless, mayor, council, staff, and Pinole, I'm honestly disappointed that we have to go through this process. It seems to me that Pinole breeds this kind of only I can fix it political environment. Sounds kind of like the president, which is chilling. This kind of political ambition sends the city spinning, especially when, without promised transparency, you get rid of two very competent city managers in a row. You wreck continuity and at the same time say that you believe an elected mayor will maintain continuity. The hubris and entitlement are remarkable. Instead of using city financial resources to pay staff to produce reports on how you can further your own political ambitions, maybe it would be better to remember your commitment to the citizens of Pinole. It feels similar to when two council members tried to end term limits that voters had approved. That didn't go so well for them. And I don't anticipate this maneuver will go well for you either. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
So I have some questions about this item, but first I'd like to note that I appreciate the way this item has been brought forward. It's not being brought forward immediately before the next mayor is due to be appointed to change the rotation right then. Like, this is a better way to go about that process. So thank you for doing this in a more organized and orderly way. I appreciate that, just as a matter of public policy. I think that it might be worthwhile to have longer duration terms for mayors, because having the shift between mayors the last 4 mayors, it's been, frankly, a pretty dramatic shift in terms of policy, in terms of how the meetings are managed, in terms of, the overall flow of discussions. It's been a bit challenging to adjust year over year over year. You're just about done adjusting to one mayor style, and then suddenly it's time for a new mayor and a completely different style. So I think there is some merit to that. I do have some questions about basically the cost. Would the city be seeking to have an additional salary associated with the elected mayor role, or would it just be, an additional, would it basically just be treated like a regular council seat, but with the additional funds, with the additional responsibilities, but not the additional funds associated with it? Another question I would have would be, would the mayor role be elected at large and council members be elected at a district-based level? Would everybody be elected at large? Would everybody be elected at a district-based level? And I know that's not directly on the agenda tonight, but I do think it's a question that would probably come up if the council decided to move forward with an elected mayor. Like how is the populace going to be represented in the selection process? So I think that would be a relevant thing for the community to know and consider when it's thinking about this, if of course the council wants to move forward with having the ballot measure on this item at all. So yeah, just wanted to bring forward those questions. I'm broadly, I guess, neutral on this, maybe leaning slightly towards positive, because I do think there is legitimacy to having direct election of a mayor for a given term, but we could also continue doing things the way that they are, and that wouldn't necessarily be a huge problem either. So I have some questions. I've raised my questions, and the council can answer them or not as it sees fit. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. City Clerk, next comment.
Mayor,
Extend the meeting.
Yeah, point of order. Can we, can I motion to extend the meeting to 11:20?
Sure, I'll second that. All right, City Clerk Spears.
Councilmember Toms.
Yes.
Councilmember Murphy.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin, I'm sorry, is absent. Mayor Pro Tem Tave.
Yes.
Mayor Sasai.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. And next comment, City Clerk.
Irma report.
Thank you.
Good evening again, Mayor, Council, staff, and public. And I'll repeat, I've lived here 50 years, Mayor and Council. I have had, we've gone through the voting process of Mayor and Council in terms of the council members and rotating. I've seen even council members vote a council member not to be mayor. It was his turn. I've been here. You've done that before. Not you guys, but in the past. So we're here talking about democracy and the fairness. I say $25,000. There's only 10 of us here. Put it out. 19,000 people out there. Put it for the voters. We have gone sink and swim on some of these decisions that we've made. We haven't done these decisions properly, because guess what? You guys make decisions, and the public out there doesn't know exactly what's going on. And one of the incidents was the Faria Museum, $1.5 million. Thanks to you guys, the guys that came on board voted it down. Otherwise, we'd be in a hole right now for some of these people that special projects. So my thing is, let the people decide, okay? We don't need this fight between neighbors and neighbors. This is over. Let's put it out there for the public. Don't make your own decisions. Maybe it won't pass. I don't know. I'm not going to tell you which way I like it, because you know what? And the city managers that left, ask them why they left, and ask the former city manager, Kelsey. Look at her agenda. Been here, job hopper for 2 years at every job for the last 10 years. She was looking for a job while she was here. So let's get it right. Get it right. When you speak here, make sure you speak about facts and bring the facts to the table. Because you know what? That's the only truth we've got, when you bring the truth to the table. And all I can say, Mayor and Council, what you're doing is bringing to the public what you think is right. Not what I've been told. I've been elected to make your decisions. These are past council members that told me that. And guess what? They're wrong. You're elected to look out for us and make decisions that are positive for us, not what you think. And it's not special interest, okay? So Mayor and Council, vote for the right thing. If you feel like it should be going on the ballot, do it. Because I think it's up to the citizens of Pinole, not only yourselves, because we got 3 seats coming up next year. And guess what? I'll be right there with everybody's record, and I will put it here on the table. Because I think that there's a lot of baggage out there, previous politicians, that need to be told exactly who, what, when, and where they've been. Because I know the truth. And guess what? It'll come out next year. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And next comment, please, City Clerk.
Yes, Peter Murray.
And checking if we have online comments as well.
Yes, we do.
Thank you.
It's past my bedtime. Gee whiz, come on, guys. Anyway, this is what I came to speak about, and I've spoken to you guys about this before in the past, and I'll just say this. We got 5 council members, and it's worked for how many years have we been in business? 1901 or something to that equation. And it's worked very well, and I expressed to you why, and I think the Moriartys did as well earlier. You guys all get a chance at being mayor. You learn, and if you've been here for a while, you got an idea of how this all works and what your constituency is about. But this thing about having elected mayor, it just kind of reeks of, as I said before, narcissism. If somebody wants this badly, why does it keep coming up? And when it hasn't been the protocol that we've used so well in the past. But I think also, if you read the presentation, we all get the document personally, there's things that aren't being spoken to, but are in the documents. And that's a strong mayor. Notice we had a conversation about that. So somewhere, somebody's bringing that into the equation. Freudian, maybe, maybe not. And what was the other aspect of that? Strong mayor and Mr. City Attorney, there was another item that goes along with that, strong mayor. What was it? May I ask?
The charter that it requires.
Oh, the charter. Yeah, exactly. Charter City was mentioned in that too. And we know that there's people that want Charter City because that goes along with being a strong mayor. And the city gets managed in a different manner. You got a strong mayor managing the city. And when you put it all in one person's hands, I think that's a big mistake, whether it's San Francisco, Berkeley, or whatever. You got 5 people sitting here, and when somebody's going off their rocker, you've got at least, hopefully, one person that's going to tell the public what's going on and save the community from perhaps going down a path that does bankrupt us and put us in dire situations. So we've had a lot of good conversations tonight, but I think this one's very important. You don't need to go down this path of having an elected mayor. You guys work fine. I've seen people, working their way into the position and controlling the meeting, and
thank you.
Doing a good job. Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. Thank you. Next comment, please, the City Clerk.
Debbie Long.
Good evening, Council. A few years back, the Council tried not to have the mayor rotation for the purposes that only those that receive the highest vote count should be mayor. The people protested loud and clear. Shortly thereafter, the Council wanted Pinole to become a charter city, only for the purposes of passing a higher property transfer tax. At that time, several of us brought up, among other things, that in a charter city, you typically have an elected or strong mayor. But the Council, in support of the charter city, vehemently denied that was one of its objectives. Now on tonight, you're on that same path, And given the council majority that always votes 3-2, I'm going to assume it will pass to move forward. So I just want to let everyone know that it is determined that a form of a strong mayor can be in a general law city, at least according to my research. Most likely because the council majority likes to increase their pay and expense account, the mayor would be paid as if they were full-time and no doubt will also ask for pension benefits as well. But as important, a strong mayor, which I firmly believe this will be a result, has the right to fire and hire department heads. Once you have a strong mayor, the council might act in more of a legislative role, while the mayor would be responsible for the day-to-day operations. The mayor would control the agenda as well as have the power to appoint and create commissions and commissioners. Of course, tonight, just like with the Charter City, you will hear that that is not your objective. They only want to create continuity. But because council members can be elected for 12 years, there is already that continuity. This is about power and egos. The city has gotten along for over, or I guess almost 125 years without an elected mayor and has done very well. In fact, having a rotating mayor actually creates a checks and balances of those powers being sought here tonight. As an example, not long ago, one of the council members told a department head that he disagreed with and said, "You work for me." While that wasn't true at the time, it actually gives you insight as to what will become if you have an elected or strong mayor. So while the three of you come in here tonight with your minds already made up, I'm sure of it, to approve an elected mayor that will be voted upon by the people, rest assured that your spending habits that have gone unchecked will be put out there for the community to weigh in on, as well as the cost of this new position. And because you also favor taxing the public while you continue to spend without accountability or safeguards, I will continue to inform the public of your spend and tax agenda. At this time, I'd also like to notify the city attorney that should this go on the ballot, I would like to be notified when a statement of opposition should be received, as well as any other tax measures that might make it to the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. City Clerk checking, are there any other public comments for this item?
There are no more public comments.
Thank you. With that being said, we'll bring it back to council for comments. Start with Mayor Pro Tem.
No comments.
All right. Councilor Thomas?
Yes, I'm opposed to this proposal, and the reasons are that the rotating mayor works fine. It works where when I was mayor, I was able to adjust my work schedule to, to address the increase in work as the mayor. I know that this has been a busy year for the current mayor, and then it's going to be busy for our upcoming mayor, but that's 1 year at a time where we can, adjust our work schedules to take on the additional work. With an elected mayor, you might be looking at somebody for 2 years or 4 years. That might deter some people from running because they cannot take, a 4-year or a 2-year chunk of time to modify their work schedule. The other piece of it is when you have somebody, say you have a current council member that decides to, it's their time to run for re-election, but they jump in to run for mayor. If you have 2 of those, one of those very experienced council members is not going to make it even back to the council. So then you create a vacancy for which the rest of the council will have to appoint somebody or have a special election. If you have a 2-year cycle, you have the same issue where you have potentially creating a vacancy from somebody moving up to be mayor and somebody, a council member that vacates their seat, and then one that maybe decided to run for mayor rather than council. So every election cycle, there's going to be potential for vacancies created. And the vacancies created would be, you'd appoint somebody, the council would likely appoint somebody until the next general election, which would be within 2 years to, finish out those terms. And it's just, there's not a lot of consistency there. I think rotating the mayor gives, each of the council members the opportunity for that experience of running meetings. And really, that's what it is. We're running meetings, and it's mostly ceremonial, for the mayor. I don't think there's a need to put something on the ballot with the additional cost. When our citizens want to see things on the ballot, they want to see, if we're asking for more tax money, they want to see results. They don't want to see this kind of, stuff that doesn't really, it's not meaningful to running a successful city. So that's my comment.
Thank you, Councilor Toms. Councilor Murphy?
Yeah,
comments?
I'm sure it's no surprise I'm in support of always allowing our residents to decide how they want our city to be governed. And I'm really not sure why increasing civic engagement and allowing our residents to decide on this is a problem. I'm constantly confused about that. As a council who really prides itself on civic engagement and public engagement, it just really mind boggles me that this continues to be a question. We've now had 2 years to educate ourselves as well as folks who are interested in this item about how other cities, and that does include cities like Martinez and San Ramon and Brentwood and Moto Bay and Monterey and Marina and Pacific Grove and Moore Park. There's many other cities in the state of California that have moved forward in asking their residents to decide on this. As someone who has actually, received a lot of votes from our residents, I actually think we have a mandate to allow our residents to decide on things outside of just taxes. I know we like to go to our residents to ask them about taxes, primarily because of, again, that's state law. But I think our opportunity in front of us is beyond just asking our residents for money, although we do appreciate those opportunities. Residents should be the ones to decide how an elected mayor is governed, because no one feels the effects of local leadership more directly than the people who live in this community. When residents choose both their mayor and the structure that holds that mayor accountable, it strengthens democracy at its most immediate level. It ensures that the person making decisions about housing, transportation, public safety, and essential services is directly answerable to those who experience those decisions every day. In many cities, including Pinole, and I have a list of other cities that have moved on from an archaic approach of a rotational mayor into the new world, which is 2025, where folks actually hold elections and protect them, the mayor can be selected in 2 ways. Either the city council appoints one of its own members for a short rotational term, which is where we're at, or the public elects the mayor directly. It's called democracy. The current system emphasizes shared leadership among council members, but it also means that residents have no direct role in choosing who represents their city as their mayor. I think the residents deserve the respect of holding their own office accountable because they are taxpayers. The proposed initiative, which I've brought up several times and have given even a chance for our team and our council and our staff to consider our approach, changes this by shifting the selection of a mayor from an internal council decision to a public election. And again, it's giving our residents an opportunity to vote on this. This should not be decided by us as a council. And for the folks who spoke today, who are residents, you also have an opportunity to vote on this. Instead of choosing the mayor behind the council dais, that choice moves into the hand of voters. It's very simple. An elected mayor with a public mandate carries clear legitimacy. They speak for the entire city. That's actually in our ordinance. They actually are the chief spokesperson of our city, not just a small group of insiders. Their visibility brings greater transparency and helps residents understand exactly who is responsible for results. And if the mayor fails to deliver, voters, not the council, has the power to remove them at the next election, a direct and powerful form of accountability. Most importantly, this change does not alter Pinole's council manager form of government, no matter what folks have said, or the city manager's responsibility. It simply determines who selects the mayor and how that selection is made. For residents, it means a more direct voice in determining who represents the city in regional meetings, public ceremonies, and of course, policy discussions. For the council, it shifts one responsibility choosing the mayor from the council chamber to the ballot box. Ultimately, government and governance should never be something done to a community. It should be shaped by the community. Giving residents the authority to elect their mayor strengthens leadership, it deepens our commitment to civic engagement, and it ensures that the power rests rightfully where it belongs, with the people. I, of course, have continued to support an initiative like this because I do believe, as someone who's walked these doors in this community, that this is something that will change our city. I know for the past 124 years, we've done the same thing over and over again. And the question is, to whom does it work for? I would ask that our residents consider that decision themselves. And that's why I support this measure and moving forward with this.
Thank you for your comments. Did you have a comment, Mayor Pro Tem?
So I just have a question. So process-wise, this is really moving to polling, or are we coming back if this moves forward? What does the process look like?
Thank you. Good question. So the next action of the council would be we'd bring forward a staff report and resolution to place the item on the ballot. The question I think that we would appreciate some direction on is the timing. So is there an interest in doing, if there were to move forward, June primary or November? So that's kind of the first question. If there was an interest in moving something forward in the primary, I don't think there would probably be enough time for polling, just because we'd need to get a council resolution approved in February to get it on the March 6th county election cycle.
So polling would happen, when would, I'm sorry, can you run that back again? It's
Yeah,
late.
I'm sorry.
So there's polling that's going to happen, then you need to have action by February?
Yeah, so the council has already provided direction to put out an RFP to bring on a polling consultant to ask about a couple of different questions. I think property tax measure, there's bonds, so there's some things that are already coming forward. If the council would like to include, as part of that effort, a question on an elected mayor, we could certainly fold that in, but that RFP is not out yet. That usually goes out. It takes about a couple of weeks to, put it out, get responses. By the time we get a consultant engaged to do the polling, that's January, maybe into February. They have to go do the polling, get the results, give you guys the data. So that process probably would not, we wouldn't have enough time to do that for a June primary. We could certainly do that for November.
Okay, and so if we took out the polling, could we make the June? Just asking the question.
Yes, if there was not an interest in doing polling, and then it's just a staff report resolution approved by the council, and that's all that's needed for June.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I want to make a motion to extend the meeting to 11:30 as we're getting to the.
Second.
Thank you. Motion and second, City Clerk.
Councilmember Toms.
No.
Councilmember Murphy.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin is absent. Mayor Pro Tem Tave.
Yes.
Mayor Sasai.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. I know Mayor, Councilmember Murphy, you had is it a comment or question?
Yeah, well, I was just going to say, I think, I think our, Mayor, I'm going to ask that the members.
No, I've been very kind about this entire meeting. We have in our procedures very clear requirements about decorum in this chambers. We provide everyone public comment time, 3 minutes each, whether it be citizens to be heard or whether it be on each item. Again, our procedures have very clear requirements around cheering. It is very disruptive. And I spoke with City Clerk about this during our break as well, but asked to keep it to a minimum. If we cannot do that, we have to call a recess. So just be mindful of that, please.
And I know it's late. I get it. I'm tired. I get grumpy when I'm tired. Maybe it's time for folks' bedtime. But we do have business to conduct, so let's be appropriate. Thank you. What I wanted to mention was I think in the past we've done polling primarily for financial we've done polling for financial matters on the ballot primarily to decide what is the most likable from our residents. With this is the poll is to figure out our residents here. I don't think we really need polling in this. This is just, again, my opinion. I do want to move the conversation forward, so I would just If I may, Mayor, I want to make a motion. I move to direct staff to prepare the necessary documents and actions to place a measure on the ballot regarding the method of selecting the mayor of Pinole. This preparation should include coordination with the County Registrar of Voters to identify the earliest available election date, which it seems like you all have already done, that allows for consolidation with a county administered election. Staff is further directed to return to the council with the required resolutions, timeline, cost estimates, and other procedural steps needed to advance the ballot measure for council consideration.
Thank you, Councilor Murphy. I'll second the motion. I wasn't going to speak on this item at all, actually, but I'll end it with I think two thoughts here. The first is when I first thought about this concept, I was very neutral on it. I think as I've started with the role as mayor on this council, that's quickly shifted in terms of my perception of what this role is. I do think a lot of it is ceremonial. Not all of it is. Just a sheer amount of community events, but also when you're mayor, you're also, if it's 6:30 in the morning, the news calls you about a particular topic, you go, or you have your mayor pro tem go. As it relates to, just the engagement in community, it heightens a great deal when you're mayor. Educators ask you to show up to their classrooms to speak with students. People ask you to share your thoughts about items of regional significance. But also, you work very closely, even more closely with the executive team in Pinole. I know it's city manager, city clerk, and city attorney. And there are very clear authorities laid out in the municipal code around the mayor's authority that exists right now, and one of them being things like setting the agenda for council meetings and what that looks like for the year as you are mayor, what to prioritize, in what order, what's appropriate for staff. Those are all things that the mayor is involved in those discussions. And so I don't think that this role is ceremonial. I do think that this role has quite a bit of cultural sway in the city and the region. And it's up to each mayor to determine how you best want to use that for the best of the public and for residents. I think people are shocked to think and to learn that this is a part-time position. We get paid $7,000, not a month, but a year. As mayor, and also working full-time as well, it has been quite a struggle to be answerable to all these folks, to give everybody what they need. And to be honest, I've fallen short in some aspects of that because I can't be everybody all at once. But I do think Pinole deserves somebody who can live up to that, and have an office that allows for that level of engagement. And so just my second thought here is I just bring it to the voters, and I think it's that's what democracy is for. And the decision to place it on a ballot, of course, that is of the council. The ultimate decision to create this office of an elected mayor, not a strong mayor, but an elected mayor, is something that the voters of Pinole will decide, and ultimately the majority will determine what that is. So that's my comments and my reflections. And with that, I know there's a motion on the floor. Just a second, any comments on the motion?
Just a comment, was that for June or for?
The earliest consolidated would be June at this point, unless there's an earlier one, but.
Understood.
Thank you. City Clerk Bell Spears, please call roll.
Councilmember Toms?
No.
Councilmember Murphy?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin is absent. Mayor Pro Tem Tave?
Yes.
Mayor Sasai?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Any other further motions? If no other motions or comments on the item, we'll conclude that new business item. We will now go to our last citizens to be heard. Item number 13, that is public comment for folks who have not had public comment the first round. City Clerk, any comments?
There are no public
All
comments.
right, thank you. With no public comments, we will now adjourn the meeting to the regular City Council meeting of December 16th. In remembrance of Amber Swartz, please join us for our Christmas tree lighting in downtown Pinole. We'd love to see you there. Thank you.